and we're live, and this is a continuation stream. I see with 2 concurrent viewers. Welcome, welcome. I'm waiting for Godless Girl to join us, and I don't know if she will be joining us. I hope she will. I know she wanted to join us in the previous stream, but it was coming up to its 12-hour limit, and I couldn't continue with that because it wouldn't record. And Doooovid's now gone to get his smoothie, and I am waiting for him to return, and I'm hoping for Godless Girl to also join us. So what's been happening today? It's been a 12-hour stream. It seems that Doooovid still had stuff to say. I fell asleep towards the end of the last stream, so I don't really know completely what's been said. I certainly don't. I wasn't aware that Sam had left, but I know they were arguing about whether diaspora Jews were to stay in the diaspora or return to Israel, and I understand that there is a certain attachment even of diaspora Jews to the land that they were born and grew up in that wasn't Israel. And I also know that Sam has a certain view of the Messiah and the fact that he is also his rabbi, and perhaps I should have just ended the stream because well, I should finish my conversation with Doooovid anyway. I haven't spoken to him in quite a while. But I'll see if there's anyone who wants to join. Vincent is probably a little annoyed at me for maybe letting Sam steal his thunder. But so many people were interrupting when when Vincent and I were doing our thing. I think on the whole we managed to do what we meant to do, but it was obviously the 2 hours that Vincent and I were on were completely subsumed by the other 10 hours that the stream was streaming for. Mark Smith has popped up to say I'm not chosen. I never said I was one of the chosen people, but Gentiles can be chosen for certain things too. Vincent is still around. I will send him the link in case he feels like joining, and he won't be interrupted or dominated by Sam, who I believe has gone to bed. It must be 2 o'clock 2:30 where he is. Actually that wasn't I sent him the wrong. Do you know I haven't done anything at all. Oh damn, what's happening now? Oh. I hope you can still hear me, but I inadvertently did something wrong, and I may have lost my connection with you. I apologize. My computer's probably a little tired after 12 hours of streaming. And Doowovid will probably have to rejoin when he returns after getting his smoothie. Doowovid is still not at his desk. I'm still not sending Vincent the right link. Let me try again. Hopefully I will do it right this time. There it is. Well, Jews are outsiders too, and they're listened to. Nobody is proposing any solution, so I don't see why I shouldn't propose what is, after all, a solution that should be part of the West's Judeo-Christian heritage. So certainly what I am proposing is not completely unfamiliar to those who believe in God.
Come back, tropical smoothie cafe.
Huh.
If people are familiar with the chain in the U.S., watermelon, strawberry, lime, and mint
Yum. Yum.
smoothie.
You make me want to go and get something long and cold too, but it won't be a smoothie. So, not much traffic then. You came back pretty quickly. I thought you might get them to deliver it to you, but
It would have taken longer to deliver,
mm-hmm.
but yeah, I mean, you didn't pick up when you messaged, so I wasn't planning on streaming.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. But yeah, long time no speak, Doowovid. So what's up with you?
Baruch Hashem, praise the Lord.
Mm-hmm. Do you go on Discord much? I mean, does Jen go on Discord anymore? I'm not sure what she's doing these days.
I think she has her own Discord. I mean, I have my own Discord server. You're in it. I even made you a mod. I have like over 60 members, but almost no activity.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, Discord seems more chaotic than YouTube. The people seem to talk more nonsense, and there seems to be more mental illness, and even on YouTube.
Yeah, I tried that Philosophical Plebeians Discord, and yeah, but mostly just kind of unfriendly. Even you kind of like your channel. I mean, on YouTube, but yeah, and so there's some voice channels, but yeah, the danger of the e-personality, and although you can use Discord for more functional. So I joined Active Inference Lab, which is more like scientific consciousness, and there it's more kind of boring intellectual, where they plan like study sessions and share papers.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's neutral technology that you could use, but the more popular Discords that kind of just like trolling, low level, teasing conversations.
Mm-hmm.
God forbid.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was hoping Godless Girl will join because I kind of wanted to know what she thought of Tea Jump. I mean, they're both, atheists, but don't quite agree with each other um, on things. But that is the divisive nature of atheism, that they can't agree on anything because they have no agreed principles, which
I mean, there's schools of atheism. I mean, they're probably if utilitarianism or within utilitarianism, if they're universal humanists or nihilists. Um, and so there's not that many atheists, and within atheism, there's a handful of schools. And then if a person's a well enough thought out atheist to you'll be relatively philosophically consistent.
well, I mean, you can only be philosophically consistent if you have principles, which is why liberalism is breaking down because it has no agreed principles, or what I thought were its principles are no longer its principles, or liberal intellectuals don't care to articulate them anymore.
Well, atheism has principles. I'm saying, like and right there in London, like Jeremy Bentham and utilitarianism or even nihilism said that. But that if a person's a well thought out atheist, I mean, if it's like Judaism or Orthodox Judaism, there's a tradition, there's sages. You get in arguments about what are the true principles, as opposed to atheism. It's not as structured. It's like you're not gonna hammer someone with Maimonides or the Talmud in the same way with like Jeremy Bentham or utilitarianism. But if you're a well thought out atheist, you know the school in the basic outlook, and you might even be relatively philosophically consistent. So in America, probably London also, atheists tend to be highly educated. So there's an element of extremely high educated atheists who have studied philosophy and biology, and they might take a evolutionary biology. Almost all of them usually believe in evolution. I mean, you might have some atheists that are neutral on evolution, but the vast majority of atheists believe in evolution. So whether they actually have a biological background or not will be different. So like if this woman, if she's actually has some sort of evolutionary biology background, or if she's just a generic atheist who doesn't know that much about evolution, if she's highly educated, or you're just a rejecter. Like I left my Judaism, my Christianity, and I didn't read the Western canon in philosophy and science to justify my atheism. I'm just an atheist.
Well,
Some of the Tea Jump and JF are your.
he's a nihilist, isn't he?
Stephen Molyneux, Richard Dawkins, like extremely well educated. I mean, I don't know if Tea Jump has a formal education, but someone who reads, he knows the names, and it has a reasonably well philosophical understanding, and even stays on with the most recent discoveries in evolutionary biology.
But he is known as a nihilist because I remember he had a discussion, a debate with Stephen Molyneux, and it was
Tea Jump. JF's the nihilist. Tea Jump's not a nihilist. Tea Jump's more in the school of Molyneux. He claims that he's substantially different, but JF is a nihilist and saying there is no such thing as morals on an absolute level. That good and bad are preferences. facets of the human mind that don't correspond with reality, as where T. Jump and Stephen Molyneux think that you could derive morality and ethics independent of God or spirituality.
Yes, yes. Molyneux was talking about his universally preferable behaviour, but which I imagine would be something along the lines of the no-hide laws, which
You know,
he
something
didn't
like
actually get round to
Destiny.
listing.
I mean, Destiny's probably more popular than either one of those two. Straight utilitarian. Not so much a philosopher, but thinks, reads a little bit, doesn't have a strong background in philosophy or biology, but knows a little bit about it and just general thought out utilitarianism. So ironically, T. Jump thinks he's substantially different than Molyneux, but I mean, they're basically in the same school of atheism.
So Molyneux, as far as I understand him, is a libertarian who, I don't know, is flirting with Christianity. When he was last on YouTube, and I think now he's reduced to solving, well, becoming some sort of agony uncle, and that's it as far as I can tell. He sounds a shadow of his former self.
Yeah, I mean, T. Jump seems on the left wing, so that Molyneux is more into biological determinism, race realism, uh, right wing or libertarian politics, IQ science. Where T. Jump seems more left. Molyneux even like traditional family values, as where T. Jump is on the left. Defending modern leftism, breakdown of moral culture, rejecting race realism. Generally a multiculturalist. So even though they both are atheists who think that you can independently derive moral values, one's right wing, one's left wing, one's a race realist, one's a multiculturalist.
Yes, but I think that
I didn't watch this woman, Godless Girl, to see if she has a well thought out doctrine like that.
well, I think her modus operandi is to ask people to prove that there is a God, and and that's it, I think. But
She doesn't have a replacement system, so she's just an atheist that will argue against former religions and God without a replacement system, as opposed to J.F. Molyneux, T. Jump have replacement systems for religion.
yes, so
Or maybe she does have a replacement system.
well, I mean, I think judging by her name, Godless Girl, it is a form of nihilism, as far as I can tell. I mean, Vosh is a nihilist, isn't he?
I haven't watched him enough, but I think he promotes like leftism and social justice. So I don't know under what pretense. I haven't listened to him enough to even know if he's an atheist. He would be closer to, like T. Jump. I don't know if T. Jump's politics are that liberal or if he even gets involved. I mean, even like Destiny, the fine line between, Destiny and Vouch, on that spectrum, they're probably pretty close to the same.
Yes.
I mean, they both promote like transgenderism, pornography,
Transhumanism,
liberal values,
bestiality.
utilitarianism. But Vouch is more like communist and Antifa. Destiny is more like mainstream liberal. But in terms of their like philosophical derivatives, if they're both basically utilitarianists, atheist utilitarians.
Yes. I mean, I thought utilitarianism basically, well, died a death because it's impossible to measure the greatest happiness of the greatest number, because, I mean, how can you measure anyone's happiness? And even if you could, just because you're happy now doesn't mean you will be happy forever. So, present pleasure is no guarantee of future pleasure. and therefore, as a criterion of measuring success, it can't stand on its own, and
You have
therefore religion must be the only way. And if religion means a system of morality designed to keep the group in existence and apart from others. And it
you
has
never.
to include marriage, because you won't be able to remain in existence if your people don't sexually reproduce with each other. And in order to make them sexually
Right.
reproduce with each other, you have to forbid extramarital sex and say a marriage can only be between a man and a woman, not within the forbidden degrees of consanguinity.
You should make a pilgrimage to Jeremy Bentham's mummy.
I have, in Gower Street in London.
You should live stream it. Live stream the pilgrimage to Bentham's mummy.
Well, yes. I mean, he's there on a wheelchair, all stuffed with his death mask. I used to admire Bentham, but over the years, I've come round to the view of religion being more effective at keeping the group in existence and apart from others.
Well, I mean, you could call yourself possibly an agnostic utilitarianism that just, secular Quranism that translate agnostic utilitarianism using the Quran as the societal method to produce the most good. So, I mean, in essence, that's how I understand your system, basically as agnostic utilitarianism, where that you're arguing that the Quran would be the method of giving the most benefit to society.
Well, I'm actually basing it on Judaism, because Judaism is the most effective system.
You're not basing it on Judaism in the sense that the God of the world who created everything. You're agnostic in that sense. So you're basing on utilitarianism to cause the most good, as opposed to the God of Israel is the true God, and that you should do this because it's in the wishes of the creator of everything. You understand, right? You're agnostic on that question.
Well, okay. Here is my reason.
You're making utilitarian argument that it would cause the most good for the most people, not that that's what God commands, or that's.
Okay, my reasoning is based on this. Jews are the world's most ancient and powerful tribe. Therefore, they must owe their existence to their religion, which is Judaism. Judaism worships the most powerful being conceivable. Christianity and Islam are derived from Judaism. Christianity is failing, and we're only left with Islam. So that's my reasoning. And
essentially, it's utilitarian, where you're saying that, and it's going to cause the most good for the most amount of people.
I'm not even saying
it's
going
not based on what's going to happen after death, or the nature of the God who chose the Jewish people, and that's we have some sort of obligation to follow this deity's rules, or that after we die, you will suffer judgment from this deity. Your argument is utilitarian, and it's going to cause the most good for the most amount of people.
Yes, it's utilitarian in the sense that if you follow these rules, your tribe, nation, society, civilization, empire will be more likely to remain in existence, and that's
well, I mean, it's phrasing in the utilitarian manner. You don't necessarily phrase it in that straight up manner, but that's how I understand the logical framework of your structure. That you're because you're not. I mean, it's agnostic. You're not claiming that it's some sort of obligation to the creator to some supernatural form. It is a utilitarian argument that you're saying that it's going to cause the most good for the most amount of people. It's not because it's true, because God wrote these laws. It's because it's going to cause the most good for the most amount of people, even if it's not true.
Well, it's more likely to keep your group in existence and apart from others, and
I mean, you're
if there's a
switching
crisis
the
of
wording.
identity.
I'm purposely I know how you word it. I'm purposely trying to phrase your wording and the utilitarian framework of
Yes.
causing the most good for the most amount of people. I know that's not how you phrase it. And are you rejecting that that's a reasonable rephrasing of what you're saying?
Well, I suppose
Or
I
you
feel a
want to
bit
say, you
wary
want
of
to
using the
explain why
word
you prefer
good.
to phrase it in that manner as opposed to the utilitarian framework?
I
Welcome,
suppose
Godless Girl.
I
You
hesitate to
got it
use the
here.
word good because maybe Jews do part of the Jewish identity is that of suffering and persecution, so they might not say that their existence has been good, but the fact is that that they're around to fight another day, and maybe that's all that can we can expect in this cold, cruel world. Hello, Godless Girl. Thank you for joining us.
Hi, what's the topic right now? I didn't watch right before I came in.
We were just talking about utilitarian morality and but it's just
She was
um,
talking about you. I mean, thank God she had a 12-hour stream. I came on the end, and some of the typical inner Jewish blood sports with Sammy from Israel. And then when she that hit 12 hours, so she restarted it. I didn't watch most of it, so she had a whole plethora of different people, and she wanted to keep going because she wanted you on, and she said you were on Modern Day Debate and Debate at T Jump, and so we were discussing the varieties of atheists, and that's what we broke down kind of T Jump, Molyneux, JF, Destiny, Vaush, in the various schools of atheism, and whether like Molyneux and T Jump, even though one's left wing and one's right wing, or Destiny, that if they are essentially the same sort of utilitarianism, or as opposed to JF, who's a nihilist, and then the nature of atheists to say like atheists, there's a brand of them. They're highly educated, that have studied biological sciences and are very big in like evolution and Dawkins or philosophy. And I was telling her she should stream Bentham. She's seen Bentham's mummied body. So we're talking about Bentham, and that's how I was talking about her secular Quranism as framing it in like an agnostic utilitarian. So I didn't watch your debate with T Jump or Modern Day Debate to know what school of atheism you would fall under, or if you consider yourself from a school.
Well, I'm not sure what you mean by school of atheism, but I'm an atheist, but I think most of my
You're cutting out there if you're still talking.
yeah. I can't hear you, Godless Girl.
There you
Oh,
are.
can you hear me now?
Yeah.
You're here now.
Oh, I'm an atheist, but I'm not sure what you mean by school of atheists. I'm an atheist, but I think most of my fellow atheists are idiots. I spend more time attacking atheists than I do theists.
So
I
we
think
put the
T
two
jumps
camps of
his moral
nihilism
theory,
and
like no philosopher
utilitarianism.
even holds that. His moral theory, he just made it up.
Well, you put the two main camps of nihilism and utilitarianism, where nihilism, there's no replacement. Right, saying religion is false, but there's nothing true, and like good and bad and morality is you just a product of mind. Um, and if we put it, the material realm is ambivalent to our suffering, versus a utilitarian view that you could replace religion and the morals and ethics that come from religion through some sort of philosophical justification, like T Jump or Molyneux, that says even though religion is not true, there's still a strong system of morals and ethics that can be derived and should be derived.
Oh,
So
I'm definitely
are
not
you
a
a nihilist or
utilitarian.
utilitarian?
I'm not a utilitarian. Sorry, I'm taking care of a baby. I just have a distraction, but I'm still here. I'm listening.
So what would you say is your philosophy apart from atheism?
You don't have a replacement. I mean, you put it in that term, like you're just kind of, you think religion is false, but you're not advocating for some sort of replacement of it.
Oh, well, I don't really have a view on like what I don't think like physicalism is true if we're talking about like philosophy of mind. I don't think physicalism is true, but I don't really know about enough about the other positions to have a view. I'm an epistemological nihilist and I'm a moral non-cognitivist, which means um, I don't think that moral propositions are true or false.
So I put that like if a tree falls in the forest and no one hears it, like karma, like God forbid if someone kills a person and there's no witnesses, they could get away with it. There's no there's nothing in the universe that the arc towards justice. Uh, the universe is intrinsically indifferent to our suffering. That I might think it's bad if I suffer. I might think it's bad if I die. But objectively, uh, there is no morality. It doesn't make a difference whether I'm alive or dead, or whether good things happen or bad things happen. Besides for our personal preference that good things happen.
Right, and preferences aren't true or false.
But you're not But then you could politically. Does that mean like you're an anarchist and there shouldn't be any law, or like a utilitarian?
No, it doesn't
If you would
entail it
try
at all.
to,
You
if
could
you
have
could still
any.
try to cause the most good for the most people, or the Hindu ahimsa principle, that it's still, even though you can't derive it as an absolute, it's still best to
No,
limit
I don't
harm
think that
or
my
to cause the
position
most
would
benefit
have
for the
any
most
effect
people.
on my preferences, or anybody who holds my position. They can have any kind of preferences when it comes to politics and laws and stuff. It doesn't really have anything to do with that.
Well, just like selfishness, like should you just there's no God, there is
I don't
no
think it
there is
entails
no karma,
selfishness either, but
therefore
I'm taking care of a baby right now, so just give me a few minutes. I'll be back to the mic in a minute.
okay. Actually, if you want to ramble for a minute too, Claire, I got my dinner
Okay. Well, I posted the link hoping that Mr IC3 will come and join us. I don't know if you listened to the stream. Yeah, I think you didn't you? My last, my previous stream, which was over 12 hours, and anyway, it would be nice to hear from you. I think everybody kind of dropped by, and it was a bit like a reunion, so that was nice. Nice for me. I haven't done one of these long streams, but it is very, very time consuming. I haven't done a whole load of stuff that I should have done, and I'll just have to leave it till tomorrow, I guess. So, as far as philosophy is concerned, I would like philosophy to be more about the measurement and acquisition and definition of wisdom than it currently is. It seems mostly now to be about obscure and not particularly helpful ideas that do not add to the sum of human knowledge or human happiness. And so philosophy, I think, ought to concern political choices and political systems, and I have many ideas about that, which it seems a lot of people do not quite agree with me about. But that doesn't matter. This morning, or rather yesterday morning, I was unceremoniously removed from a Muslim Dawa stream, ostensibly for saying that Muslims are capable of anti-Semitism, and they, well, I think they wanted to get rid of me for some other reason.
Can I tell you an interesting news story in my area that I think is pretty related to atheism and the abortion, the big issue of the day?
Go on.
Okay, so I'm University IC3. So I'm University of Michigan alumni. My father, University of Michigan Medical School alumni. And they had what's called the white coat ceremony, which is not like it's where the people get their their lab coat, like in the progression of going to medical school, where they finally get their white coat. And the speaker this year is anti-abortion, and she is University of Michigan alumni. She has a position as like the spiritual advisor or something for a certain element within the scientific realm at the school. She herself grew up secular humanist, went to University of Michigan Medical School, got married. Her husband became a born-again Christian. They had 4 kids, and slowly she became Christian. and she became pro-life, and she's not like a pro-life activist, but she has interviews and Twitter things, talking about pro-life. So she was selected as the keynote speaker at the white coat ceremony, and there was a petition to not allow her, and then there was a walkout where like 90 students, like one fourth of the student body, walked out during her speech, um, due to her pro-life views, even though it didn't have anything to do with abortion, the speech. But I was just reading her progression, where she had been an atheist, an anti-theist, and she was extremely pro-choice, and then she had her husband, who became a born-again Christian. She eventually became a Catholic, I think. And so this was big news. Like the walkout at University of Michigan had like 16 million views. On Twitter, it's one of the bigger news stories. As abortion's one of the big issues. And just this woman who was an atheist, pro-abortion, and then University of Michigan Medical School itself is very pro-choice, and they said they continue to be pro-choice. They teach abortion as an important medical procedure, that abortion is part of medicine as basically a good thing, although they protected this woman's right to be pro-life, and that they shouldn't have canceled her as a speaker just because she's pro-life, but they reaffirmed their commitment to the choice of the woman and the viability of the medical procedure. So a lot of times, like abortion is at the center. They thank God, Godless Girl, she's got a baby there, but abortion could be at the center of atheism, theism debates, where like you're theist, like it's a kid from conception and it's killing because it has a soul, versus the atheist, like University of Michigan Medical School, it's biological evolutionary science. There's no such thing as a soul, and we're going to go with the biological evidence, and the fetus is not viable until so many days. So I just thought, it's one of the bigger news stories related to me because it's my alumni, and I think the atheism issue, probably the most practical application, is abortion, although it's possible you could be atheist and pro-life. That's usually not the case.
I mean, there have been questions asked such as if abortion is allowed, why not infanticide? Because I mean, there are people who say things like infanticide is post-birth abortion. So
we don't have to go over all the arguments. I mean, it's saying if from medically you could look at from when the fetus is viable, when it first has a heartbeat, when it could survive outside of the mother's womb, to infanticide, versus saying like religiously it has a soul from conception, or it's capable of life. Once it's capable of life, I think you were on the Crucible, Andrew Wilson. That's the main thing he wanted to talk to you about. Because they're like pro-life crusaders there. So the main thing he wanted to talk to you about was your opinions on abortion. But I thought I'd throw that out there because even though the racial issues, balkanization, abortion is old, and you could see if you're an American now, definitely the most divisive issue, and states dividing along the abortion line is more likely to lead to the balkanization of America than racial issues. Although there's a correlation between the red and blue map in pro-life and pro-choice states, and also racial demographics. That it's mostly the majority white areas that are very pro-life, and it's mostly the very multicultural areas that are very pro-choice.
right, so it would be the red states that would be pro-life, and the blue states who would be pro-choice.
Well, currently with the overturn of Roe v. Wade, it would be the red states that would criminalize abortion. And that would be majority white areas that are much more likely to criminalize abortion. And it would be the blue states like California, New York, Boston, that Florida, that have Florida's more diverse, but it's the more diverse place that would likely allow abortion up through the third trimester. And so those are very diverse. You're saying like California is already minority white, New York's already minority white, and Boston, East Coast. Although maybe like Vermont, that's still majority white. It would also be very loose on abortion, but there's almost a direct correlation between racial demographics and the division between states that are outlawing abortion and are very liberal. Vermont would be an exception. Like Bernie Sanders is in the high 90% white, but would also be very liberal and pro-choice.
Yes, I suppose New England would actually be mostly Democrat. Is that right?
There's a few places in New England, in like the Northeast America, that are still majority white, that are very Democrat and likely to have liberal views on abortion. So that's more like Mid-America in the South that's outlawing abortion. So it's not a complete divide between white states are all pro-life, and even like Florida or Texas that has a large Hispanic population tends to be more pro-life. But there's a reasonable correlation between pro-life and I was making the point that no, I mean abortion is much more divisive than racial issues. So if America split up, like Vermont and New England, the areas that are majority white would be more likely to split up together with the multicultural areas.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, it's not even forbidden, in the Bible or the Quran. So I think it's a storm in a teacup. I mean, what they should really concentrate on is whether unmarried parents should be, well, discriminated against, at the very least, if they want to, if the government wants to support marriage. And obviously, once you decide on that, if you're saying no children before marriage, then I think women would well, regulate their behaviour and conform to what allows them to escape punishment. And men will just have to fall in line with whatever's available.
But Protestant, I'll hand it over to you, IC3, but it's in the Protestant understanding of kind of individual freedom, but also consequence for the action, so that you're not going to put draconian rules, on what women can and can't do, but you'll put the draconian rules on abortion. So, it's unclear whether there'd be a move for draconian rules to return to Puritanism versus the draconian rules on abortion.
I think you just need to put a line in the sand and say, we don't approve of this sort of behaviour, and if we did approve of this sort of behaviour, then, unmarried mothers would increase in number, and that would be a bad thing, I imagine.
Yeah, we don't approve of this kind of behavior, but we're only going to put our foot down for abortion. They say we don't approve of premarital, extramarital relations, or, we're generally... promiscuity, but we're only going to put our foot down on abortion, or it's possible that it's just the first step and they'll put their foot down on abortion, and then eventually they'll have draconian rules about promiscuity in all forms.
Yes, I suppose it's the form of abortion that takes place. I mean, partial birth abortion does sound, very unpleasant. Crushing the baby's head before it comes out of the birth canal. So,
but fundamentally, it's really about the decision of the power over life and death, and the issue of life and death, and its relationship to morality, because that's its relationship to morality. And then life, death, morality, and then there's culture. You see, and so what the clash is is that if you believe there's a universal morality, and then you wish to impose that universal morality, then you're going to have to set hard, that the imposing universal morality is also the imposition over the decision of life and death. Does that make sense?
Okay, I'm saying morality is impossible if there are impossibly low standards of sexual morality, because this is what's happened to the West now, that because most parents are unmarried parents, they have no control over the upbringing of their children. All this sort of transgenderism stuff is being pushed through primary schools because most men in the West are not married fathers, and therefore most mothers are unmarried mothers, and they don't care about these things. So they push through all these things. There is no resistance, so they keep pushing more of this degeneracy, and the less resistance there are, the more they push forward.
Okay, so Western degeneracy. Right. So Western degeneracy is you're saying that there's a degeneracy of morality in the West, but is there a universal or morality
Yes.
that is attached to the West itself?
No,
The Western morality. Is there such thing as Western morality in contrast to Eastern morality?
well,
utilitarianism. So I mean, if you say certain things that are uniquely West, if you're not going to say Christianity, you have the philosophical canon that includes something like utilitarianism, which isn't the mainstream, but it's uniquely Western. So you have to differentiate.
What's utilitarian?
For something Christianity, which is mainstream in the West, but it's not uniquely Western, versus certain philosophical schools of the Enlightenment and things like utilitarianism that basically uniquely grew out of the West in legal systems.
I would argue that a marriage is universally intended to be a eugenic practice. So if you don't practice that, you will suffer from degeneracy, and this is what I think has happened to the West, and it is a social and moral disease because people can't bear the thought of correcting themselves now, I think, and that is a problem.
Right. So
Stephen James,
marriage
the famous
itself
man
is
who grew
universal.
in the Claire Call chat. Did you see the write-up on? Sorry, IC3 for interrupting the write-up
That's all
on
right.
Colin Nidell, and he included Stephen James and said that he was affiliated, Claire Call affiliated. So Stephen James rose to prominence in the Claire Call chat.
Yo, hello, Claire Call. Hello, Rabbi Doooovid. I just wanted to say I love you guys. Let's save
You're not
America.
Stephen James.
No, he's not.
Stephen James.
Continue on the path of enlightenment. You.
Okay.
That's
Well,
all
whoever you
for
are,
now.
appreciate that, but
You-
you're not the
the
real
future.
Stephen James.
Oh, he's gone now. Okay. Yes, carry on.
Yes. So Doooovid, what you're saying? Are you saying that a combination of what Claire was saying and what you were saying, Doooovid, that marriage is a universal
and eugenic practice.
moral value?
Because marriage is a child protection scheme because it
Well, you
requires
could
two
argue
parents.
marriage is biblical, or the origins thing, and marriage isn't. There's a difference between the origin of the idea versus the perpetrator of the versus the populator or the common usage, and it may be irrelevant. So when you're talking about the West, you're talking about something universal. If you want to claim that marriage is universal, or if you want to claim that marriage is uniquely biblical, and even though your marriage,
Abrahamic, yeah.
yeah, I mean, we could look at the ancient various religions and argue whether the Bible is there's other traditions that archaeologists that don't claim that uh, but I'm a universal humanist. So if you're going to talk about certain social structures that are universal, if you want to say they're good or bad, so you just say like like they're multiple systems that humans can use, and they have good and bads to them, and marriage is one of those. And so that's like a tip now in the West today, like America, that's basically typical. You're saying that marriage is not necessarily preferable. It's one of many strategies that can work, and that could be somewhat unique in the West. I mean, if you have like African systems or various systems that don't have marriage, but this concept that there's multiple competitive systems that could all be successful and co-function together, um, is really only happening in America and the UK, maybe Germany, a few liberal places, and then you could say, well, Western values, is it not based on so to say ethnic people, that it's ideas that anybody could succumb or participate in, although there might be different proclivities or inclinations that certain people fall in line with certain ways of life more or less easily. But in essence, anybody could adapt to any way of these one of life, and anybody could be successful with any one of these ways of life.
And
So Claire's
on what you're
fundamentally opposed to that. Yeah, but I mean
right,
that's in essence in the UK that's probably the mainstream position, that
right.
marriage is just a traditional, but you could it's one of many forms of a family that you could successfully be a productive member of society under any one of these structures, and it's wrong to discriminate against people that have non-traditional uh, choices.
And so Claire is fundamentally trying to save the West, and in her effort to save the West, it requires saving or conserving or bringing back.
There's a lot of presuppositions. I mean, one, to say that the West, is in a state of problem, it needs to be saved, and that she would have any role in saving it, or that she would have solutions. So I'm just saying that that's the way Claire phrases it, because people like to phrase their own ideas in a certain way, versus saying like if she wants to return or enforce stronger patriarchal moral values on the West. And if you want to phrase it like she's doing something good, that's utilitarianism. So I mean, you have to have some like there is a good, and it's the good for the most people. So she's phrasing it in a utilitarian way, as opposed to saying, well, this is what I'm trying to do, and why phrase it in a utilitarian way? That because if she's claiming that what she's trying to do is to cause the most good for the most amount of people, and this is just the way to do it, that her goal is to cause the most good for the most amount of people, and in order to cause the most good for the most amount of people, you have to enforce this type of structure.
Right.
Or if it's kind of absolutist in the way, my goal is to impose the structure even if it doesn't cause the most good for the most amount of people.
Right.
I mean, you have a tendency maybe also to phrase things in a utilitarian manner, this thing, well, the goal is to cause the most good for the most amount of people, obviously.
And so going back to what you were all talking about earlier about whether it's red states or the blue states, and if race is a factor when deciding on abortion, or which is the most powerful aspect when deciding abortion? Is it Democrats versus Republican, or is it race, or what was the other factor? You kind of three factors that you were saying.
Well,
and there
that
might be
because
some.
race, it's not directly related to race because the majority of the red states, of the very pro-life states, are majority white. However, you have very white states that are very pro-life. I mean, pro-choice, like Vermont and New England, northeastern United States. That some of the states are over 90% white and still very pro-choice.
Right.
But most of the very pro-life, in general, there is a racial connection, but it's not a one-to-one correlation.
Right. Okay. So it's difficult to get that to measure the race aspect.
Well, it's kind of the most good for the most people. Say America needs to split up because it's not good to force people to live the way they don't want to live. And so if abortion's such a divisive issue that you have to have a different rule in different states, or even multiculturalism, or diversity, ethnic nationalism, various forms, that you cause the most good for the most people by dividing people, because different people want a different way of life, and you could find large amounts of people that want to live the same way, and they could live together under different rules. Right. As opposed to enforcing, like if Claire thinks that she's gonna, no, everybody could live together, happily, if you force them to live under this one set of rules, as opposed to like a balkanization. No, it's just never going to work. And some people are going to be divided ethnically, some people are going to be divided philosophically or religiously. Like some Christians will be happy to live together with other Christians, no matter what race they're from. Some atheists or some people, like abortion's more important. They don't care. Or you could have majority white places that are pro-life, and you could have majority white places that are pro-choice, and it's important enough to them that they're going to split, that they don't want to live with each other, that the abortion issue is divisive enough.
Right. So on that issue, I've been thinking that there appears to be two camps. I kind of sense that the globalists want to, those who believe in universal morality, they would have to impose universal morality in order to stabilize and sustain a world, to keep peace and end all wars on the planet, in the world. They'd have to impose a universal morality. Yes?
No, not necessarily. There's different levels of globalists. Some globalists have a universal moral vision. You could be an economic globalist and say, I just want the supply chain and the corporations to function, and I don't care if they live there with abortion and they live there without abortion, as long as people are working and making stuff in the global supply chains. And then you could have other, so there's different schools of globalism, and the most dominant school of globalism is economic globalism, in terms that they just want functioning capitalism, functioning free markets. And that sense, there's a tendency to the left, but it also doesn't matter to some extent, as long as you have
to some extent
capitalism and free markets. You could have one place that's very left wing, like Saudi Arabia or something like that. As long as they're participating in the global economy and supplying the oil, they could do what they want there, and it doesn't matter, as long as it's not causing too much instability. So, there's definitely different schools of globalism. I would say you're incorrect that the majority school of globalism is more economic capitalism, corporation monetaries, but there are schools of globalism that want to impose a universal moral order, and that could be Christian, it could be Judeo, it could be Islamic, or it could be secular utilitarianism, but and even the global capitalists are divided, because there's a large element of global capitalists that are Jews or Christians or atheists.
Yeah, but global capitalism, um, business kind of sets the tone or overrides um, religion and
Overrides morality.
culture. Huh? Yeah, it
Oh, you know,
overrides
as
it.
long as the market is free and functioning, the morality
Yeah,
doesn't matter. You could have
exactly.
homosexuals and pornography,
Right,
or you could
right, right.
have
Yeah.
extreme Islam. You know, as long as the markets are free and the goods are still flowing, that it doesn't matter. Different societies could set things up differently.
Yeah, but a free market would destroy Islam. You can't function. Christianity, none of the religions can function in a free market. The free market would be dominant.
Well, no, I'm saying that oil seems to function best in Islamic dictatorships. That in terms of the having the free flow of oil and in terms of the global supply chain, that it works best under uh, Islamic monarchies.
Yes, but that could be because
So we put up with it. Just like Saudi Arabia, it's an important ally to the United States, and it's more about the global capitalism, economics, and even like India or China, saying uh, but I mean,
yeah, but
theoretically, just from
they're
a pure
serving, they're
theoretical,
servants.
intellectual point of view, without saying these are the people, these are currently active in what they're trying to do, you're saying theoretically, globalism just means a global order, and you can have any form of a global order that's being tried to impose on others, just like Christian. If my goal is to have a Christian global order or an Islamic global order, and you're saying, well, I'll forgive you. You could have a communist, a capitalist, or a socialist country as long as you're Christian.
Yes, but the point I'm making, I'm saying that no, the free market becomes the God. It becomes it overrides all forms of religion sooner or later.
What you're putting in terms of God, it becomes the overriding rule that trumps all other rules.
Yeah,
So if you
yeah,
want to say
okay.
that the free market and capitalism is the single most important rule that would trump all other rules. So you could be Christian or Muslim or
Or try to be, yes.
extremely
You could
easy on
try to be
crime or
Christian.
extremely weak on crime, as long as you succumb to the all powerful capitalistic free market rule. And
Yeah,
so that's just the rule that trumps all other rules.
right, right,
And
right.
it's like you could set up globalism with any rule that trumps all other rules. And relatively, there are schools of globalism. You could look at it that way. That there's hundreds of different kinds of globalists that have a different global rule that they want to trump all other rules.
Yeah, yeah.
And
But
if you want to divide, like, well,
the
what are
rule
the
of
most
the free
powerful ones?
market
Who are the
trumps all.
members of it? And how powerful are they? I mean, you could theoretically calculate that.
Yeah, but sooner or later, it's the free market rule um, would trump all others because if efficiency in business, efficiency in the movement of goods um, becomes the, the, the highest value, right? Then if you have it, you can't have something like the Sabbath.
Well, I think like Davos and most of the global conspiracies, if it's Bilderberg or Davos, are capitalistic or monetary globalists, where the main thing is corporate and business. And I mean, if they're not really free markets because they're monopolizing, but the main thing is the global flow of goods
Yes,
and
efficiency.
the business aspect. So like Ralph
Yes,
is focusing on Davos and Bilderberg, or the richest, most powerful people in the world.
yeah,
It's business, and at Davos, you could be an atheist, a Christian, a Jew, or Muslim, as
that's right.
long as you follow the global corporate order. And so even
Yes,
Saudi Arabia, you could be homophobic. They call it global homo, but to a certain extent, that as long as they're fitting into the global economic order, that the social concerns are less important.
Yes, and eventually, over time, the social all social concerns will be subject to the efficiency of the market. I'm saying that the market and people's desire for goods and will all, people will call themselves Christian, but the whole concept of Christianity itself, the Christian life, is dissolving slowly over time. Christian values will dissolve slowly over time. Muslim
So
values will dissolve over
doesn't
time.
have. You're just saying there's a rule that trumps all other rules, and Christianity becomes second. It doesn't necessarily mean that Christianity will disappear or go away. Just saying that Christianity, if you're a Christian in the global order, or a Jew in the global order, or Muslim, you have to let the monetary corporate concerns trump your personal religious belief. But it doesn't mean you can't still make your money and donate to churches and various things. It just means that you have to let the most important rule trump your personal rule. And in most cases, that's not going to happen. It's like relatively, they don't need to completely root out religion. They just need to make sure that that the global capitalist or corporate concerns are going to trump the cases where there's disagreement. But if there's no disagreement, it's irrelevant to the corporate people whether people are remain Christian, Jewish, or secular, pagan, or whatever.
Yes, I understand what you're saying is, but what I'm saying is that the mind, I'm suggesting that the mind and culture and the idea of culture and the idea of identity will start to dissolve as the free market increases in strength, just like the concept of borders. Yeah, people say, well, we want free movement of people because the free movement of people fits neatly with the idea of the free market. Free.
You're advancing the conspiracy, though, because you're just saying if there's a global vision, and the key thing is that rule trumps all other rules when there's a conflict. But in the cases where there's not a conflict, there's no reason to enforce rules or to not let people follow the way that they are most productive. So even the productivity, if you're more productive as a Christian or a Jew or Muslim or homosexual, pagan, atheist, then good. So I don't. If you're advancing this global homo conspiracy that they're going to force everybody to be the same in a way, it's unlikely because the key is global efficiency, and it's more efficient to allow people to act the way that they want to act as long as they cave in when there's a direct conflict between the way they want to act and what maintains the global order.
Right. So this word conflict, see, conflict is directly related to identity and borders. As long as you have two different identities or you have a border, there'll always be a level of
identity don't conflict. So if we look in who are you? What do you believe in? You're saying that we could reach the point of our conflict, but the majority of our identity won't conflict. Even if you're like a Muslim, Jew, or Christian, or atheist, the majority of our principles won't conflict. And so if you have
so that word majority
freedom, you could act in your private sphere versus the public sphere. And so the global market, generally people are more productive when they act the way they want to act, and they only need to compromise the way that they act when it causes conflict with the central rules. If you're claiming that they're going to demand total control, that or they're going to try global homo or some way, it's unlikely that if there's no utilitarian benefit, because in general the global capitalist order has a form of utilitarianism that wants the greatest good for the most amount of people, and people only have to compromise on their own personal views when it limits the greater good for more people. So if you're Christian or whatever your own system is, that's fine as long as it's not conflicting with the greater good.
Right, but the greater good,
like the family structure. You could have any
yeah.
form of family structure and be successful. You don't need to impose one sort, and so theoretically, that's going to be the most productive, to allow a plurality of structures to coexist, and the system only needs to come in and resolve conflict. We're saying, okay, like, you could be Islamic, but you can't be anti-homosexual, because we also have homosexuals here. So you could be Islamic as you want, but you can't enforce your anti-homosexuality, or you could be as Judaic as you want, but you can't enforce your anti-idol worship. You have to have a certain level of tolerance to keep the the global markets efficient.
Right. So efficiency in the global market will cause the laws of the different regions to be adapted to allow for the efficiency of the market. And when the laws are being changed over time, the laws will start to clash with laws that traditionally have been kept in order to maintain an identity, like a Christian identity or Muslim identity or whatever. Does that make sense what I'm saying there?
Well, yeah, because I mean, certain conflict and identity will come straight up but how much are they going to clash, and how high is the conflict? And if it's just saying,
right, that's the question.
How important is it to you that
right.
that abortion should be illegal? How important is it to you that homosexuality shouldn't be allowed? And can you solve that by saying, well, if it means that much to you, move to a red state or move to a blue state, and you could still have somewhat of efficiency maintained, where you say, okay,
somewhat.
like saying that if abortion means that much to you,
yes,
you move to a state that prohibits it, or move to a state that allows it. And if you're indifferent to it, then you could work in either state.
Yes, that's right. But the states themselves will still be subject to that same. The states will operate just like the individuals. So you're saying individuals can, according to their ideology, they can move to each state, but the states themselves, the global
largely,
power.
You'll allow democracy to work, except when there's too much conflict with the global order. So if the people are democratically choose to do something that affects the global order, then you can't allow democracy.
Right.
But
and
as long as the democracy that you could have a pro-life or pro-choice or different religious or standards that as long as it doesn't hit direct conflict.
It will clash, though. Democracy can't work with the free market, can it?
No, I mean, democracy and the free market are integral, but democracy can't be there has to be a greater principle that has the capability of overriding democracy. So
right.
in this sense, like the current globalist, like Davos or whatever, it's the global corporate capitalistic supply chain efficiency.
Right. Yes.
That you could have, but it could be human rights, it could be something else. But just saying that you could allow people. I mean, we're talking utilitarianism in general. You want the most good for the most amount of people, and you're going to allow the people themselves to choose what they consider the most good for the most amount of people.
You're going to allow the people? Who's going to allow the people to do that?
Well, I think the global order of the forces controlling the corporations and the supply chain.
Right. So if they're doing
allow you locally or nationally to choose what you think is the greatest good for the greatest amount of people, as long as it doesn't interfere with the global economic order. And if it interferes with the global economic order,
they'll crush it.
Well, because
They'll
it's
crush
also
it.
the most good for the most amount of people. Because if
The-
your local interference with the economic order, even if it's the most good for the most amount of people in your area, it will diminish the most good for the most amount of people globally. So as of
Right.
now, this utilitarian economic outlook would appear to be the dominant force of globalism. Its philosophical, precursor is utilitarianism, and so you could frame like, oh, the evil globalist, but if you want to give the globalist the benefit of the doubt, they're essentially utilitarianists that are trying to cause the most good for the most amount of people.
Okay, but hold it. Okay, the most good for the most, but the free market doesn't understand good is efficiency. Good has got nothing to do with morality in a free market. It's just efficiency.
Yeah, but it's saying that efficiency leads to the most people having the best life. So
Does it? Hold
free
it there.
flow
Hold it there.
of global
Hold it
goods.
there. That efficiency leads to the most people having what you said, the best life. Is that what you said?
Yeah, like the basic figure of quality of life in an
Oh,
economic sense. That you're saying that
the
you have.
best quality of life. But how did you come to that conclusion? How can you make such a statement? The market,
The market just
even the
provides the
quality, even life
efficiency.
itself, the market doesn't even respect life itself, does it? At its ultimate most efficiency.
Well, it does, because
What do you mean
the
quality of
market
life?
will give the most goods to the most amount of people. So saying globally now, like, almost everybody has a cell phone. People have running water and a place to live and food. That the distribution of resources, that the efficiency will lead to the highest quality of life for the most amount of people.
I don't know.
In that terms of the
I'm not too
goods,
sure.
not
I'm not too
necessarily
sure
like
of
your
that
social
because
structure, but the goods that you have, that you have working internet and water and electricity in a house and food and gadgets, that your quality of life and your ability to pursue life as you see fit within a minimal confine of rules, that the free market is what provides that efficiency.
right, but
I'm saying that like
also
the global flow of oil, that's saying like you need, when those gas prices go up, or like your building
yes,
heat and these things, like you don't realize how important the efficient global flow of oil is to your life. But the globalist and the global markets appreciate, they say, what's the single most important thing in your life for your quality of life? In reality is, it's the global flow of oil, because of the things that are most important to your quality of life. If you reduced it to the most important factor to maintaining it, it's probably cheap oil, because all the things that you've grown accustomed to give you your quality of life. There's a lot of factors, but I'm saying like you don't thank the global markets for providing you cheap oil, except when oil prices rise, and the various things like you're not an economist or a businessman, but you have your gadgets, you're on the internet, you have your working infrastructure, and so the global market provides you these things in a rather thankless manner. So the globalists are the utilitarians that are providing you with this benefit in a somewhat thankless manner.
okay, and that same. So in the same way, the flow of oil, also the flow of
Anything
medicines
like
and health
like the clothing
products.
you're made's probably made in China. The posters on your wall, everything that you have uh, is based on a well efficient global markets. That you could
Right,
have
right.
clothes made
So
in
this,
China and oil from the
good,
Middle East,
good point.
and
Good point.
music from Africa, or whatever it is.
Yeah,
That if it became less efficient, you would start losing things, and you don't thank the globalists or the free markets for providing you that,
right,
because maybe you don't know that they're providing you that. But
right,
from
right,
an economic point of view, that's what's providing you that, and that's
right.
why it's so important. And even if you don't realize that that's what's causing the most good for the most amount of people, it's in fact the free markets or the efficient markets, even if they're not free, that are providing the most good for the most amount of people.
Right. And and
If that
so
means
this
like
relates
you,
to
you have to allow those homosexuals, you have to allow those people,
yeah, that's the
like
free market. Okay,
the
okay,
lifestyle of the Muslims or the Jews.
yeah,
You're saying you have to tolerate them, and you're saying,
right,
well,
right.
why? I
That's
don't
what the
want to
free
tolerate
market
them.
says.
You're saying
Yeah,
because it's important for global efficiency that you tolerate.
right. So this global efficiency, when it comes to it also applies to health, yes, and medicine. So you can see that the same mindset of global efficiency came about when
Yeah,
over
vaccine,
to deal with the
medicine,
COVID vaccines, exactly, so on, right? So even though a lot of people said, look,
regulated
we don't want to be
healthcare
vaccinated,
doctors.
huh?
That there's regulated bodies of who could become a doctor, and tests and administration. Uh, all of these type things that the global markets, like driver's license, licenses to practice, professionalism, legal systems,
Yes,
that your average person, the capitalistic nature, you don't have to thank these people for providing it for you. You
right,
might not
right.
even know that they're providing it for you, except when you're in a time of need. And it's saying when you go to your local store to get your clothing or your oil or your food, you don't have to understand the global supply chain that provided it for you.
Right. And probably everybody involved in the global supply chain doesn't understand it either. Everybody, it becomes a kind of consciousness in itself.
Yeah, in the capitalist orders,
Nobody in the chain understands the chain.
I enrich
Nobody.
myself by providing efficiency to the system. So if I want to become rich, I will try to make the system more efficient, and the system
Right.
will reward me from making the system more efficient.
Efficient. Correct.
And
Correct.
that's like by buying low and selling high. That
Yes.
you
Yes.
increase
Yes.
global efficiency by finding where things are cheaper and then bringing them to places where they're more um, expensive.
Right.
And so
Right. Right.
so that's the globalists like Davos Bilderberg are really, they're working for themselves because their goal is to enrich themselves, but they're kind of working against themselves because in order to enrich themselves, they have to make the system more efficient. So
Yes.
from that's
Yes.
the capitalist understanding that it's okay that these people are acquiring wealth. They're not really running things. They're just providing a service by making the global markets more efficient. And if they
Yes.
temporarily have a bigger supply of the goods for doing that, that's temporary. That will balance out. So I mean,
Yes.
you could argue against that system by saying that's the major dominant form of globalism today.
Yes.
That and saying that's what trumps everything else. That trumps religion.
That's the point I'm
That
making.
trumps
Yes.
political systems.
Religious
It
systems,
trumps
all
ethnicity.
systems. Sorry?
It
It
trumps
trumps.
ethnic, religious,
Exactly. That's the point
politics.
I'm making. Yes. So this drive for efficiency becomes the ultimate or the real religion.
Well,
The
no, because
real
it's
religion.
utilitarianism. The religion is atheistic utilitarianism. I mean, you're calling it efficiency like it's the machine, and you can look at it that way. You're really like the computer's taken over. But the philosophical background is utilitarianism, in that it provides the most good for the most amount of people.
No, no.
So
This is
so
where
you
I
say,
disagree.
I'm not a slave to the god of efficiency. I'm actually causing the most good for the most amount of people.
Right. But this good or goodness itself, right, is a matter of cultural perspective. And in this drive for efficiency, uh, the, the, it dissolves all culture, even the concept of culture. It
No, because
becomes
it's
the
consumerism.
only.
You could maintain your culture.
What's
You
that?
just go to London. You could go to Golders Green or Hempstead. You could see Muslims in hijab or Orthodox Jews,
That is for
or
now. That no, yeah, but
no, but saying it
yes,
maintains
that is a
that
status
it's
at
saying
the moment.
it doesn't
That but that hold
eliminate
it, David.
culture.
That cannot be sustained if you think about it.
It is
That
being
way
sustained.
can't be sustained over time. Over
Well, I mean, it's
time, it
moving more
must
and more that
dissolve.
direction.
Pardon?
It's self-sustaining as long as you tolerate other people enough.
As long as you tolerate, as long as, and the
Well, I mean,
system's not
saying
going to
that you
tolerate.
can hate me all you want. You can hate my way of life. Just don't commit a crime and allow me to do business and create the global efficiency. and say you can hate me all you want. You can think my way of life is wrong, but if you steal from me or you beat me up, the legal system's going to prosecute you.
Well,
You
yes,
could
but the
be-
legal system is subject. It becomes a crime to go against efficiency. The legal system itself must be subject to efficiency.
No, it's subject to utilitarianism and providing the most good for the most amount of people.
Yeah, but
the legal
goodness.
system also, because capitalism is the method. So yeah, it has to be efficient. So the legal system
Yeah.
operates in the most efficient manner
Yeah. Well,
under
what
the same
is
system.
goodness?
But, I mean, you're
What is
skipping the
goodness?
point that the philosophical basis is utilitarianism and providing the most good for the most amount of people.
Yeah. What is goodness? What is
And it
goodness
doesn't
when you
have
say
to
that?
eliminate culture. You don't need to eliminate culture to be efficient.
No, slow down.
You just need to
What?
eliminate conflict. So you can, as long as your culture doesn't necessitate conflict and decrease efficiency, you could keep your culture.
As long as.
You could wear
and then-
hijab or yarmulke.
Yeah,
You could
yes,
be a
I've got that,
vegetarian
I've got that.
or a meat eater or an atheist or have
Yes.
a abnormal
I've
family
got the
structure,
point.
as long as you keep up the efficiency. And
Right.
that will cause the most good for the most amount of people.
Okay, but let's go into this word good. This good. I'm saying that this, when you use the word good, that good it has a conflict of interest with efficiency. Conflict.
No, I mean,
Sooner or later.
they're feedback loops. I mean, because good and the efficiency has a consumeristic understanding to it, in the sense that you're getting more goods at cheaper prices.
No.
I mean, from
Not
the
goods. Hold it,
globalist market
you
view,
mix it up.
the
Hold it.
efficiency is
Not
providing
goods.
you more.
No, you're misunderstanding. There's goods moving around efficiently. That's a moving of goods efficiently. But then the good for the most people, not goods. There's goods and the good. What people perceive, the most people perceive to be good, to be moral, to be
So that's saying
part
that
of
you
their
get
culture.
to live your life as you see fit, as long
good.
as you don't cause excessive harm to other people. So the good in terms of the goods economically, and then the goods that people as individuals or even as groups get to live their life as they see fit.
Right.
That's
Well, I'm
personal,
saying
not just the goods like your house and your products and the global supply chain, but also that you get to live your life as you see fit, as long as you don't cause excessive harm to others
Right.
or the efficiency of the system.
right. But okay, so David, would you accept that goods, efficiency in the movement of goods can clash with the perception of what is good morally? Can you see that there'll be a clash between that? There could be. Would you accept it's possible that there could be a clash in that word good?
Well, there's a difference between your right to live your life as you see fit, as opposed
Right.
to your right to try to push society in the direction that you think is better. And so you also have that. So you have your right to live the way you see fit, and then you have also the right to be an activist in society and to try to push the direction of society in the way that you feel makes it better. But there will be larger restrictions on, so there's limited restrictions on living your life as you see fit. There's stronger restrictions on your level of being an activist for having society move in the direction that you see fit. But it's still the greater good to allow you to attempt to be an activist in society and try to push society towards the way that you would like it to go, but you have the restrictions of the greater good.
And the greater good is the efficient movement of goods,
Well, and
materials.
and the interference of other people's ability to live their life as they see fit. So if you're advocating for society to move in a direction, but that's an interference, like God forbid, if you're anti-homosexual, that's interfering with homosexuals. If you're anti-Islam, if you're a racist, so your activism towards the way you want society to go has a direct interference with how other people see fit and want to live their life.
Yes.
And so the overarching rule is going to be economic efficiency. So if there's a conflict where you have groups of people who are entering group conflict and it's causing the efficiency of society to break down,
Yes.
generally the larger society is going to go with the more efficient. So if the homosexuals are more efficient than the traditionalists, they're going to go with the homosexuals.
Right. The market is going to go, not they, but the market itself is going to go with the homosexuals, correct?
Yeah, I mean, it's not like a they and the people, because you're saying that efficiency must be retained. So the globalists, the people in charge of the corporations, they're just trying to be efficient and maintain the supply chain.
Exactly.
So
they're not trying to be moral.
Whatever
They're not
group,
trying to be moral, are they?
They're going to go with the winner. It's like economics, that you have to go with the winners. You have to
but
cut
would you
your
accept?
losers.
Hold it. Would you accept that they're not trying to be immoral? They're not trying to be moral. They're trying to be efficient. They're not trying to be correct. They're not trying to be good. They're trying to be efficient. They earn their living by being the best price and the most efficient. They earn their living through efficiency, not through morality.
Because generally it has a cultural relativistic. So if you want to judge it favorably, the goal is always to have the most good for the most amount of people. So when there's group conflict between two groups that have a different vision of what causes the most good for the most amount of people, and it has to be arbitrated through the higher forces, and the higher forces are the markets.
Exactly.
So the markets are going to arbitrate it in terms of market efficiency. So
correct.
So two groups have a different view of what's the greater good for the most amount of people. And if the conflict reaches a point where it's decreasing larger market efficiency, that's going to start decreasing the good for all people. So the market will generally go with the group that is more efficient and hence causes the greater good for the greater amount of people.
No,
so even if you know homosexuals or multicultural, this is bad. However, in terms of the market, because the market provides the goods that allow people to have the greater good, the markets are going to arbitrate who causes the greater good for society for who, in the market terms, causes the greater good. So if the homosexuals
so therefore,
are more effective in the global supply chain over the traditionalist, they'll say, well, the homosexuals are providing the greater good for the greater amount of people, so we're going to resolve the conflict in their favor.
Right. So basically, would you agree then? If I sum up what you're saying, the market is the arbiter of morality. Does that make sense?
No, the market is the arbitrator of group conflict, and the market uses the principle of efficiency to arbitrate group conflict. So
right. Okay. So hold it there. So if the market, hold it there. Let's slow down for me, because you're sharp on these things, because it's your profession. So so the market arbitrates for group conflict. I think that's what you just said. The market
doesn't need to step in until there's conflict. So
right.
Good. Just like the legal system, you don't need the legal system until someone breaks the law. And so you're saying the market just wants to maintain efficiency. So you have group conflict when there's a difference in morality, where two groups believe that their system causes the greater good for the greater amount of people and are in direct conflict.
Right.
So the market, not necessarily in terms like a person or a representative, but the force of the market will come in and arbitrate the conflict, because the conflict will reduce efficiency.
Correct.
So there's a conflict between two different groups that have a different vision of what causes morally the greater good for the greater amount of people, but it's reducing efficiency, and the reduction in efficiency is affecting the greater good for the greater amount of people. So the market will arbitrate it in favor of the group that produces more efficiency.
But this greater the market. I'm trying to say that the market does not see good. It doesn't see good. It just only sees efficiency. It's the people that are having conflicts that have ideas on and concepts of what is good and what is not good,
But you have to see
what is moral and
philosophically
what
why
is
the
not
word
moral.
good and goods is the same word. So it's saying the ultimate good for the market is goods.
Is a movement.
What it's saying is goods. It's the consumerism, the object, the oil.
That's
the
right.
product.
That's right. That's the market. So it's like the market that good to the market
It's important
is
that the
efficiency.
word, it's the same word for morality, because the market is moral neutral.
Yes,
And when the
correct.
market uses the word good, it's referring to goods.
Correct.
When
Right.
people in group use the word good, they're referring to morality.
Right. So hold it
So
there.
you can
Beautiful.
have your
That's
own
the point.
morality as long as it doesn't affect the goods. And if
Yes.
there's group conflict, you and your group could have your way of life as long as it doesn't affect the goods.
Yes.
But when your personal or group conflict starts affecting the goods, the
Yes.
market will step in and arbitrate
Right.
for the side that is better for the greater goods.
No, hold it. For the greater movement of goods. For the greater good is for the greater movement of goods. And so therefore you have a clash. There's a war between materialism. Now I'm saying that materialism fundamentally is the movement of goods. The efficient movement of goods is the fundamental of materialism, and then that's going to clash with everything, and try to trump all other
Well, I think that's the
interpretations
current
of the word good.
majority school of globalism, that the
Pardon?
best way to measure good is goods, and that you can have moral
That's right.
or personal opinion, but as long as the people,
I like that. The best way to measure good is through the movement of
it's
goods.
quality of life. And to say that, well, I mean,
Hold it there.
goods is quality of life.
Okay, right. So okay. So
you could live,
the movement
okay, there's rampant immorality and
movement
various
of goods
things, but your
is
quality of life is higher.
direct. So you can measure the quality of life. Is this what you're saying? You can measure the quality of life based on the movement of goods, the efficiency in the movement of goods.
Yeah, I mean GDP, the measure of quality of life is goods. It's GDP. It's how much goods you have.
Right.
The quality of your healthcare, education, housing, spending money, purchasing power. That it's not your moral concerns or the state of society. It's economic factors that are the determinants of your quality of life. So that's the current global order, is that the ultimate good in determining your quality of life is economic factors. So if you have a competitive global order where you say, I'm not so concerned, I'd rather be poor and I'd rather have less goods, but I'm saying that's the current utilitarian understanding of globalism, that theoretically they're trying to give the most good to the most amount of people, and because there's so many various ways that people want to live their life or think is good or bad, that almost universally people prefer to have a higher quality of life and more goods than less goods. That's how you measure the most goods for the most amount of people, and then you try to provide people the ability to live their life as they see fit, as an individual and as a group. So when you see how to live your life as you see fit as an individual, there's much less conflict in just terms obey the law. In terms of see your life as you see fit as a group, there's much more needs for arbitration, because as a group, societal rules is much more likely to take away rights or the ability of other people to live their life as they see fit. And so the greater good in terms of quality of life, economic output, will arbitrate that.
Right. And so
I mean, that's basically the current global order. And obviously there's competitive people that would like to change the global order, and you could argue whether it's a conspiracy or whether it's, from an economics perspective, it's economic forces. It's not a conspiracy of people, and people would be replaced. You're saying, like, if all the people at Davos, didn't go back, something happened to them, there would be a new line of people that would do the same thing, because it's not them, it's the economic forces.
Right.
You're saying if the guy in the corner closed down his store, someone new would open up that store, because it's economic forces that reward people for being efficient.
Right. And so that entity, I'm saying that constitutes a kind of entity or a spirit, as it were, because it's kind of that entity or that force. It's invisible. The market is just the will, the will of the people, the desires, the intent of the people. That
it's a subconscious
a force.
The subconscious manifestation of the will of the people.
Yes.
So I mean, politics is more the conscious manifestation. The markets are the subconscious manifestation of the will of the people.
Yes. And so this subconscious manifestation, the market, which is a subconscious manifestation of the will of the people, if that will is not kept in check, it will destroy, the people will be destroying themselves unconsciously. And that is why you have the concept of a faith, a religion in order, and different religious systems.
Well, not necessarily. I'm saying you could have
that are trying to keep that force in check.
No, I'm
different
saying
religious systems are trying to keep that force in check.
No, you don't need. You have normal boom and bust cycles. So we're saying things will get out of whack, and there could be war, mass casualty events, famines, virus, overpopulation. So the economic utilitarian system is based on boom and bust cycles. So if collectively we make mistakes, the system will self-correct through tragedy. You don't need religion or any of these factors. Saying the market forces will self-correct through boom and bust cycles, and like God forbid if that's war and mass casualty events, but the system itself will set back up. So like if there's a war, and most of humanity dies off, or if there's a recession or there's a crime wave, I mean, you see what I'm saying? That it's intrinsically the capitalistic market model has boom and bust cycles.
Okay, but this boom and bust could be perceived as good and evil. It will be perceived by the people as good and evil.
No, I mean it's morally neutral. So the bust cycle, it's like the question of evil and suffering is still the most good for the most amount of people. So if the system gets out of whack and is no longer able to provide the most good for the most amount of people, what will restore the most good for the most amount of people is a bust cycle. So like I mean, God forbid, if humanity becomes so dysfunctional that there has to be a mass casualty event like a war or famine or something, and large portions of humanity get killed off, the cycle will repeat. And after that mass casualty event, then the system will be able to reestablish itself to provide the most good for the most amount of people. I mean, it's really evolutionary thought works like that also, that it's intrinsically has to have boom and bust cycles. And the boom and bust cycles, even though you have large amounts of pain, in essence, the purpose of the bust cycle is for the post-bust boom that will return to bringing the most goods to the most amount of people.
Right. So therefore,
it's like World War II, any war. Society got so out of whack, there was no way to restore society to a way, so there had to be a mass casualty, catastrophic event. But after that, people will be able to rebuild, and retrospectively, that catastrophic event was the only method to provide the most good for the most amount of people.
Right. Okay. So, if that's related to morality, then it parallels the good and
You keep on
evil.
throwing the word. I'm talking utilitarianism is moral neutral. There is no moral neutral, and the only morality is the utilitarian value of the most good for the most amount of people.
Yeah, that's like the boom and bust. So the boom and bust, when people, those
Well, I
who
think
are,
it's a morally neutral system. So if you
yes,
want to impose, you
so
want
that's
to
the
impose a
market. The boom
moral
and bust is the
system.
market, correct? It's the
Well,
market.
I'm saying
It's morally
utilitarianism
neutral.
is a morally neutral system,
Yeah, the market is morally neutral, correct?
except that it has a goal of bringing the most good to the most amount of people. I mean, it has a moral value that its goal, so to say, is to cause the most good for the most amount of people, but within that is morally neutral.
The most good. You mean getting the most goods to the most amount of people efficiently?
Yeah, I'm saying that if you want to call that a moral principle, you could call that a moral principle, but besides for that, generally it's morally neutral. I mean, it's not 100% morally neutral because it does, so to say, have the goal of providing the most good for the most amount of people.
I'm saying no, it doesn't have that goal. It doesn't. It has the goal of efficiency, and that's all. It doesn't have it's not trying to provide the good for the most amount of people. It is
But
trying to be efficient.
efficiency
That's all.
in and of itself has no purpose. Efficiency in and of itself is only useful because it provides the most good for the most amount of people.
Efficiency in
Efficiency
itself.
isn't objectively something useful in and of itself. Efficiency is a tool of utilitarianism to provide the most good for the most amount of people.
Right. So the market is
There's
a
no
tool.
God
then.
of efficiency. The God of
But
efficiency is utilitarianism and the most good for the most amount of people.
But so efficiency itself is the tool, isn't it?
Well, I'm saying it's a tool of utilitarianism to provide the most good for the most amount of people, but it's morally neutral in a sense of like systematically of this action or that action is moral. It's just talking the greater good. So my death or your death is morally, or the system in and of itself is neutral to the greater good. So if my death or
I don't
anybody's
understand
death
how do you relate morality to greater good?
morality is generally
How
absolute.
do you understand the relationship between morality and the greater good?
Morality is generally absolute.
Those two things. What do you mean?
Well, I'm saying, like, if homosexuality is
it?
absolutely wrong, it doesn't matter if it's efficient and brings the most good for the most amount of people. If you're saying if it's it's kind of like the ends justifying the means. So the greater good for the greatest amount of people, the means justifies the ends. In morality, the means doesn't justify the ends. So if diversity
Right.
and immigration and liberalism causes the greatest amount of good for the greatest amount of people, that's what we should do, as opposed to a moral system. Even if immigration or various things have an overall greater good for the greater amount of people, they cross some sort of absolute moral value, and it doesn't matter that they have an overall utilitarian value. Like abortion, something like eugenics.
So,
abortion causes
can you
a better,
accept
well-functioning
that?
society, but it's wrong. It's absolutely wrong, and it doesn't matter all these arguments about the various things. It's wrong. It can't happen. The ends never justify the means. So I mean, there's different ways to understand it, but generally, like if you're saying morality posits that the ends don't justify the means. Utilitarianism and the greater good posits that the ends justify the means. And that's where efficiency. So efficiency
Right.
is basically an expression of the ends justifying the means. And the markets work on the principle of the ends justifying the means.
Efficiency is the ends
justifying the means. The greater good. Because when morality doesn't focus on the greater good, it is an absolute vision of good.
Yes. So if efficiency itself, that tool, can you accept that the tool itself can override the intent of those using the tool? So, but same thing, bit like the ghost in the machine.
Like efficiency doesn't
Can you
focus
accept
on
that as a
individual
possibility?
intent.
That efficiency itself, the drive for efficiency.
So the individual intent is nullified to the greater good.
No, efficiency focuses on efficiency. That's all.
Yeah, but efficiency in the terms of the
Can you
greater good.
accept
Efficiency is
that
defined
efficiency
in terms of the greater
just
good.
focuses.
Efficiency isn't something neutral. Efficiency is, you has to be efficient towards what? And
A person
efficient towards the greater good. Which means that an individual's intent.
I'm not too sure about that, because if it could be somebody's job. One second. It could be somebody's job. Somebody could earn a living by making sure that goods from A get delivered to B. That's their job. That's how they earn a living, is in making sure there's efficient delivery. Now, what is being delivered, they don't know and they don't care. They're just delivering. So it could be that they're delivering firearms. It could be that they're delivering bombs.
It doesn't matter. Either way, they're working towards the greater good.
What? The greater good of themselves? Hold it. The greater good of who? The greater good of who?
The greater good of the most good for the most amount of people.
They're working for the greater good of who?
Even if they're delivering weapons, the goal of the weapons, it's just like the war in Ukraine or something. They're saying that the goal of the war is to cause the greatest good for the greatest amount of people.
Yes, but I'm talking about the individual that is involved in the process.
The reason say
right.
just war, just war because it causes
the process is
the greatest
something
good
separate
for the greatest amount of people. So even the selling of weapons or destruction has the goal of the greater good.
I'm saying that could be true of the person in section A who created the goods, the weapons, and is sending them to another person in section B, right? So that transaction, but the person who is delivering the goods might not share the values or intent of either A or B.
But that's the purpose of the system, and it eliminates intention. Intention doesn't matter. That's the purpose of the capitalistic system, is that intention is eliminated. So it's saying there's a market inefficiency, that there's supply and demand mismatches, that a person enriches themselves by meeting. So why there's a demand for weapons is irrelevant, or what the intention of the person is. So you would just assume that all people are acting out of selfish motives. I mean, it's the capitalistic nature. All people at all times are operating out of selfish motives. But the system itself enforces that the greater good for the greatest amount of people is preserved. Even the system could philosophically reject that there's any other possibility. So I mean, intentions are irrelevant, or you could even take the negative intention of saying that all people are intrinsically selfishly motivated and acting out of selfish motives at all times. But it's irrelevant, because the system will enforce the greater good for the greatest amount of people.
No, disagree. No.
I mean, you could disagree.
System
It's kind of like capitalism.
will not.
That's
Yeah.
the design. That's the current
Yeah.
globalist capitalism, utilitarianism system that you're subject to. So you could disagree, but the system says that I don't care that you disagree. Your intentions don't matter, and as long you could act in your own selfish interest, as long as your own selfish interest increases the good for the greater amount of people. I mean, you're welcome to express your own point of view. I just, it's not even necessarily my point of view. You were talking about globalism. So I'm saying this is the dominant global order that we live under now of utilitarianism, capitalism. But, go ahead and express your view if you want.
Yes. This efficiency that you're describing. This efficiency that you're describing. I'm saying, would you? Okay. That this efficiency that you're describing, would you accept the possibility that it can be working against those people involved in this? It can be working. I understand what you're saying. It's people being selfish.
So. I'm saying
that the system.
I mean,
from the philosophical,
you can make your argument, but I'm saying, no. I mean, from the understanding of the system, even if it's going to cause a bust cycle, the bust cycle will just create a future boom cycle. So if the system is currently operating inefficiency and is going to lead to a bust cycle, like we're selling weapons, we're funding wars and causing mass conflict, that will lead eventually to the greatest, God forbid, like World War II, or if the Ukraine war spirals into nuclear Third World War, that in and of itself will just be another bust cycle that will lead to an eventual boom cycle that will cause the most good for the most amount of people. You could argue you could argue it and say that that's inaccurate, but systematically, that's saying that the system self-corrects itself, and that through these boom and bust cycles. So right now we're approaching a bust cycle, and so we're selling weapons to each other and self-destructive activities. But it's kind of like evolutionary. You have to clean the board, and so there has to be a purge, and the best way for a purge is some mass casualty event, and God forbid, after the mass casualty event, that will create the opportunity for a new system to arise, and that will intrinsically have led to the greatest good for the greatest amount of people. I mean, it's kind of evolution. It's the evolutionary take on it. So utilitarianism, capitalism, based on Darwinian evolution, and that's just the way things have always been. There's been extinctions, there's been boom and bust cycles from before there were humans, from the beginning of creation till today, and it's a self-correcting mechanism. And the self-correcting mechanism, even though temporarily painful, in essence, still leads to the greatest good for the greatest amount of people.
Okay, so see this word.
I'm not saying this is absolute truth. I'm saying that that's the dominant view of the neo-Darwinian utilitarian
delusion,
capitalistic global order.
Yeah. Okay. So this word correction that you use there, correct itself, correction, correct. How does this word correct? How can it be correct in a boom and bust cycle? What do you mean correct? What is correct? At what point is the boom and bust cycle correct? The concept of correctness, I don't understand it.
The point where it's difficult to understand is how is these negative things leading to the greater good for the greatest amount of people. So saying if society
don't go there. Don't go there. Let's slow this down. No. I'm talking about you used the word correcting. Explain to me how you use that word correct. What is a correction in a boom and bust cycle? What is being corrected? At what point of the cycle do you call correction?
Well, it could occur on any level. I mean, it's a breakdown in the system that if you're looking at the stock market, like a correction is where the market's inflated and the price goes down. If you want to look at war or the collapse of society as a correction, so you're saying like, oh, we're going to war, society's collapsing. It's like, no, we're just having a temporary societal correction. So what you call war, what you call collapse of society, the globalists call a temporary market correction.
Right. So would you accept? Is it possible that a temporary war itself,
the temporary market correction,
is a matter of cultural perspective? So would you accept it's possible that one group of people could see they would see the point of a cycle as corrective, whilst another group of people see it was is destructive or constructive and destructive. So it all depends on your cultural perspective. So some people might see the war as
when the greater market is neutral. So you have if you have multiple cultural, social, population conflicts, and it's caused a breakdown in the global order. So the supply chains have been disrupted because there's group conflict on social matters. So the system was fight them out, even supply them weapons in order that one side wins or both sides loses, in order that you could have a return to global efficiency. So global efficiency breaks down because of group conflict. You had a global order and the supply chain's going fine, and then two groups arise that come into so much conflict that it breaks down the global order. So there can't be a correction of returning the global order with these two conflicts. So they have to just fight it out. And then after they fight it out, the global system could be restored. So even in a war like that, you're saying the goal of the war is to return to the global order. But you're just at a certain point, the only correction mechanism for group conflict is, God forbid, it could be a catastrophic event. So the market forces.
God forbid. God forbid. Why put God forbid in there? Wait a minute. Would you accept then?
From the utilitarian point of view, there is no God forbid. From the utilitarian point of view, there's no God forbid, because
exactly. That's where I want to go.
The greater good for the greater amount of people is still met. So they why God forbid? Like it's bad. A whole bunch of people are going to die, but it's worth it because it's going to eventually cause the greatest good for the greatest amount of people.
Okay.
Because it's the means meeting the end. So if the war is necessary for the greater good being given to the greater,
I got the point.
In terms of the goods, the standard of living can only be resupplied to people when the global order is restored, and the only thing holding up the restoration of the global order is this group conflict. And at a certain point, the only way to end the group conflict is to war. That war will restore the global order and cause the greatest good to the greatest amount of people. And if the ends justifies the means, the individual tragedy, millions of people are going to die. Well, the ends justifies the means. So if you have a moral system, like one innocent person died, that's immoral. So that's a moral system. That's it's not utilitarian. The utilitarian is saying the greater good for the greater amount of people. It doesn't matter if one innocent person dies.
Yeah, I understand.
It doesn't matter if 100 million innocent people die, as long as it causes the greater good for the greatest amount of people.
Right. Okay. Do you accept the possibility that the global system itself, which is the greater good, can also go through a cycle of boom and bust.
Well, it is the system
Global
of boom and
system
bust.
itself.
The system itself will facilitate the boom and bust cycle, because the inefficiency in market will mean to say that, okay, like, I just want to get ahead for myself, and God forbid I'm selling weapons because that's what the market
No,
demands.
you miss. No,
Or
you've made that point. You've made that point. I'm saying you're saying that the greater good, which is the global system itself, allows for boom and bust to take place within itself.
It facilitated.
I'm saying
there's not even. It's not even a question. The boom and bust cycle is a given. You know, it's because it's based on Darwinian evolutionary dynamics.
Yes, but you're saying the boom and bust takes place within the global system.
The bust is
for
not
the greater
morally
good.
bad. The bust
Pardon?
is part.
I'm not saying whether it's morally good or bad. I'm not saying whether it's good or bad.
The moral system.
I'm not saying whether it's good or bad. I'm saying that for what you just said, you're saying the global system is the greater good. And to maintain the greater good, you have to allow, there's boom and bust taking places at different places at different times within the global system to maintain the global system. That's the point I understand you're making. But I'm saying, can the global system itself collapse? Is the global system itself subject to boom and bust itself?
Well, I mean, theoretically, no. The system itself will remain. So saying, I cause the greater good, you know, so, okay, we're U.S. and Britain.
The system itself will remain.
I cause the greater good for the greater amount of people, let's say by supporting Ukraine. And, you know, if you're Russian or Chinese, maybe you cause the greater amount of good for the greater amount of people by supporting Russia. And so the system will facilitate it, because I'm just someone acting on my own interest, in the interest of the group conflict that I'm a part of. So I will be a natural actor in facilitating the escalation of the conflict. But both sides want to return the global order. So it's just a group conflict that, like, I'm supporting Ukraine or you're supporting Ukraine. Not saying that me or you are, but just saying because we're British or U.S., because we want to restore the global order. And, you know, Russia or the Chinese or whatever, they're supporting the other side because they also want to restore the global order. So there has, you know, it's the Great Reset. In essence, you know, it's the Great Reset. They're saying, you know, that the globalists saying it's a time for the bust cycle, you know, that we refer to as the Great Reset.
So really, from what
I mean,
you're
you see
saying,
the terminology like Ralph in the Great Reset. They're saying it themselves. Well, like, of course, the Great Reset's just another term for, you know, the bust cycle.
Yeah. Okay. So, would you accept then that the global system is just life itself?
Well, I mean, that's one school of thought. I said there's multiple schools of globalists. I say this is the dominant globalism school that we think of, like Davos.
Well, let's just talk about the dominant, because what only the most dominant counts. Everything else is just people's talking. What we want? Where is the power?
Well, yeah, I'm saying
let's just talk about the one system that has the power.
You see me movies like fishing. You guys are so cool. I love Dagger Carlton and Derek Lynch. He loves Jewish and black people.
I don't know if that was a troll. I couldn't even understand it. But it's saying that, I'm saying, like, okay, whatever your view is, you still have a credit card and pay rent and have a bank account because the global order trumps it. So I'm an Orthodox Jew. I got my yarmulke on, but I still have a credit card and a bank account and have to pay rent and taxes. And even if you're like, working.
No. When you talk about the global system or the greater good, basically, it's just life itself, just life itself.
What you're saying? Okay, that you're saying there's, the rules that we live. I was talking on Week in Review with Jennifer about the historical meaning of technocracy, a technocrat, and just saying navigating the rules as is. So you're saying these are the rules of society and the philosophical basis for it. And if you want to navigate the system, I'm explaining to you the system as is. You could have a different theological understanding. You could think that the system is wrong, but you say, I'm describing to you the system as is. I don't know why the
Yes,
system is like that.
and you're
I
saying the
don't know if there's a
system as is.
conspiracy, but from the way I see it, this
Yeah,
is the
okay, I've
system
got the
as
point.
is.
I've got the point. But the system as is, can you accept that the system can go through a boom and bust cycle itself? In other words, the whole system will crash, and that there will be no person to manage the reconstruction or the new version. The system itself is life itself. There's nobody
Yeah.
managing the boom and bust.
Yeah, I mean, you
There's
could look at
nobody
a God
managing it.
or greater forces. So the system as is, if it's the Great Reset, all of the sages from theological to economic say the Great Reset is coming, and you're a World War II buff. You know what a Great Reset looks like. So can you really prepare yourself for the Great Reset? If you're in 1939, can you position yourself for 1945? Like, not really. You have to position yourself for 1940. I mean, you know what I'm saying? So even if you see the bigger picture and it's 1939 and you see World War II coming, and you're like, oh man, the Great Reset's here. What am I going to do? And so I'm going to position myself for 1945, and after the reset's over. But to a certain extent, you don't have that choice. So like you have to pick a side and fight, and it's beyond our control. So I'm saying we're just pawns in this. We're very little. Even the greatest among us are just pawns. So I mean, if you're Biden, I mean, you know what I'm saying. You can't position yourself for the post-apocalyptic, post-war world. You have to fight the war. And the best way to position yourself for the post-apocalyptic world is for your side to win. And so what's your side? Well, you're a Brit. Say you're a black man, or you're part of but saying, well, you're a Brit, you're in Britain, you're a British citizen. Does that that your side winning probably means Britain winning? It's pretty unlikely that you're going to win and Britain loses. I mean, there might be some way that Britain falls and you win, but you're saying the Great Reset is coming, and we're just pawns in it. The only thing we could do is try for our side to win.
I suppose it's a bit like a lot of the ancients. They talk
You could
about.
be like a pacifist or a philosopher on it,
Yeah.
or neutral. You're warning people, but at the end of the day, I mean, what do you think? You think you could? I mean, you agree with me? The Great Reset is coming, but can you position yourself for post-Great Reset, or you have to position yourself?
Yes, you can.
Or you have to position yourself for the battle that's coming, and that means
you're
picking
saying
a side,
no.
even if you don't want to pick a side.
You're saying no. I'm saying yes. You're saying no. You cannot position yourself. I'm saying yes. You can.
You could try. You could try.
No. It's your position. Your position is that you can try. You can't, but you can try. My position is not that way. My position is based on what the ancients say. The ancients see the whole cycle like of human nature, like the sea. And the sea sometimes is calm, and sometimes the sea is rough. When the sea is rough, you have waves, don't you? The high whenever there's a wave that's high, there's also something that's low. Yeah, that's what a wave is. Yes, highs and lows, highs and lows. But the ancients always talked about the construction of a vessel, the construction of a boat, of a ship. And you would well know about Noah's Ark. So the whole story of Noah and the flood and the ark is basically about the conversation we've been having for the last half hour or whatever. It's all about the construction of a vessel. That's what the moral of the story is. The moral of the story is that vessels can be constructed to ride the storm, to ride the cycles.
That's different because Noah, you talked about a general degeneracy of society as opposed to group conflict. So if you're just looking for facing the general degeneracy of your own society versus a larger great reset of group conflict. So you say, I'm going to remain neutral. So like you're a Brit, but if Britain goes to war, you're not going to be on Britain's side. But like you're going to leave the country. How are you going to position yourself in this group conflict? Like, okay, I'm a Jew. I might disagree with the general Jewish group strategy, but I'm still a Jew. Am I going to position myself against the Jewish people, even though I'm a Jew, or a faction of it? I mean, so you're just talking like, general man against society. But what about the nature of group conflict and having to choose a side, or your identity? Your identity.
Choosing a side.
You're still a black man. Are you going to go against?
Listen carefully.
Are you going to go
choosing
against the
a
blacks
side,
and take the side?
if there's two sides, it's the highs and lows of a cycle, the highs and lows of a wave. If there's sides to be chosen, it's just the same as highs and lows of a wave. So
You're saying the groups
concept
are
of the
artificial.
arc, pardon?
You're saying the group conflict is artificial.
No, the group concept is the highs and lows of a wave. It's happening, but a vessel or a concept can be constructed that rides the waves of the highs and lows. That's the principle. It
I
can
agree
be
that you
constructed.
could. I mean, through
Constructed.
general like heightened self-consciousness, enlightenment, you're likely to ride the wave no matter what. But still, it's tough to be neutral in the group conflict. So you say, okay, if all hell breaks
It's
loose.
tough. You use the word tough. So in other words, you're saying it's possible then. That word tough, when you said it's tough to be, you're saying it's tough to construct a strong enough vessel to ride the storm.
No,
That's when
I think
use the word
we're
tough.
just pawns in this. So saying no matter how hard we try, we might end up as innocent collateral damages, casualties of war. So there's no guarantee that we're not going to end up a collateral damage of war. You could try your best. You could make yourself more likely to survive and position yourself for the post-reset. But at the end of the day, there's no way to guarantee that we're not going to be part of the greater collateral damage, no matter what we do.
No, that is where we disagree.
You think that you could be, like, even though we're just pawns, that there's some way to make yourself indestructible, that you're not going to be a casualty of the greater conflict?
Yes. All the ancient wisdom shows that is the case. It is
Well,
possible.
I don't see where it shows that. So, I mean, saying that you make it more likely, but if you believe in the soul or reincarnation, but there's no way to guarantee that me or you or anybody isn't going to be innocent victim of the greater conflict.
How can you make such a statement? How can you say there is no way to guarantee? How do you know there's no way to guarantee?
Well, that's my theological position, and I think it'd be evolutionary. You're saying, okay, there might be famine, there might be bombs dropping. Saying there could be death could come in any way at any time, and if the as the reset.
You say, look, there might be famine. Listen, already that's the whole story of Joseph's all about that famine.
Yeah, I'm saying so. You could stock up food and prepare for the famine, but maybe it's not going to be famine. Saying it could be one of anything. There's no way you can't be ready for all scenarios. Our power is too limited to be, to in essence be prepared for all scenarios, and I'm a man of faith. So saying like, no, I mean, I accept my karma, my fate, and it's like I argue with the Zionists, like, no, we will make Israel indestructible. No matter what happens, Israel will win and survive, not because God protects us, but because we, made really, really good, smart decisions. And say like, no, I mean, there's no really, really good, smart decisions that's going to guarantee that we're going to survive, the bus cycle.
Yeah, that's your position.
That's my theological take. But you can disagree. That's fine.
Yeah. So when you say your theological take, are you saying that your God tells you that there's no way to survive. Your understanding of God means that God would say, look, there's no way you can survive
No,
that
no, I was
boom and
saying
bust
that
cycle.
my like, okay, I'm David, King David Psalms. As for me, I put my trust in God. That
Yeah, but
I
what
don't.
is the point of a trust in God? How good is your God if your God is not able to carry you through that boom and bust cycle? What use is that God? What's the use?
Well, I was saying that God is just, and maybe I don't warrant making
You
it
what?
through the next boom cycle.
Pardon?
Well, I'm saying I do my best, but maybe I don't. Maybe I'm not as good of a person as I should have been, and I won't merit making it through to the next boom cycle.
Ah, so therefore, it's possible that you might not be as good as you should have been. And so therefore, God will decide whether or not you'll make it through the next boom or bust
Yeah, I mean, I'll
cycle. Is
put
that
my
correct?
trust in God, and if God
Yeah.
determines that I don't deserve to make it through the bust cycle to the next boom cycle, so be it. That was God's ultimate wisdom.
Right.
I'm
Okay.
not saying that
Okay.
we
Good.
shouldn't do our best
Right.
effort, but just saying that my
Yeah.
theological position is that whatever we do is limited. Say ultimately it's in God's hand, and
Yeah.
we could try our best, but there's no guarantees. And
Hold it.
and
Okay. Hold it there. Hold it there. We can try. So you try your best. What is the point of trying? What are you trying to do?
well, I have a will to survive. I have a will that I want the most good for myself. So if the most good for the most amount of people means my own personal destruction, so if looking from the God's eye perspective, and the bus cycle necessitates the elimination of me, because the elimination of me causes the greatest good for the greatest amount of people. So it's saying, like, I'll prepare myself for the kingdom of heaven. I would like to believe that I am part of the greatest amount of good for the greatest amount of people. But if in God's ultimate wisdom that I'm incorrect and I'm part of the problem, not the solution, and the bus cycle will claim me as a casualty, God forbid.
Okay. Right. So is it possible through your
I mean, you're
own
saying that you're
effort?
part of the solution. You think that the greater
No.
good
Wait
for
a
the
minute. Wait a
greater
minute.
amount of people
Listen
includes
to the
you,
question. Listen
but
to the
what if the
question.
greater
Listen
good
to
for
the
the greater amount of
question. Listen
people
to the
includes
question.
your
I've got the
destruction?
point. I got the point. You're just going around in circles. Are you saying? Are you saying through your efforts it is possible to be considered worthy by your God to survive the boom and bust cycle? Yes or no? Is it possible? Yes or no?
Well, if you put God in charge, say God is limited by the greater good for the greater amount of people. So
No. I'm not understanding you.
if
I'm not
my
understanding.
destruction
Answer the
causes the
question.
greater
Hold it.
amount of
Hold it.
good,
Answer the question because then I can understand your position. You're talking, but I can't understand your position. Is it possible through your efforts to convince God to allow you to make it through the boom and bust? Yes or no? I don't understand your position.
no, so I'm
If
saying
you
no, that if I accept God's will, and
hold
if
it, hold it.
God's
Did you
will
say
is that
just
I
no?
don't
Did you
make it
say no?
through.
Hold it, hold it. No, don't add the extra. I can't understand. You're confusing me. The more you talk, the more you're confusing. Did you just say no? Is your position no?
Yeah, if you put it yes or no, I guess I said no.
Ah, interesting.
That that God
So since
in
it's
God's
not,
ultimate wisdom, God decides that I should be destroyed in the bus cycle, even though I naturally desire to make it through to the next boom cycle. Um, but the greater spiritual me will accept God's judgment. So even though I desired to make it through to the next boom cycle in God's ultimate wisdom, that I perish in the bus cycle, I would accept that.
Yeah, that wasn't the question. I asked for a yes or no answer. I was asking you, is it possible through your efforts? Your efforts. I know. I got the point that it's God. It's obvious God decides whether you're going to make it through the boom and bust cycle. That's not the question. That's obvious. I want to know: is it possible through your efforts that you can make it through the boom and bust cycle because you pleased through your efforts, you pleased God enough to select you based on what you did and to make it through the boom and bust cycle? Can you please God
Well, yeah,
enough?
I
The
give two
answer is
separate
yes,
yes
obviously.
two separate yes answers. One yes, like I have made myself important to God, so that God
Yes.
has use for me in the next boom cycle. So God is going to see me through the bust cycle because God has use for me in the next boom cycle, or possibly just through prayer that say, okay, God, I know I'm not worthy of the
Right.
next boom
Okay.
cycle, but please help me make it through. And because God is merciful, God will allow me to make it through even though I don't deserve to.
Right. Okay. Okay. So that's
There's two
so
separate
that.
yes answers.
Oh, good. 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 Okay. Uh, so right. So by trying, but so it's yes, but um, you do you know? Are
I'm
you
giving two
aware?
separate yes. Yes, by making myself
Yes,
useful.
it is
I will make
possible.
it through because I made myself useful. That God,
Oh.
it's in God's interest to keep me around. And then there's a yes, even if it isn't in God's interest to keep me around, because I beseech God's mercy.
The correct
Oh,
answer is yes, it is possible that you could be worthy. You could be considered worthy by God through your own efforts to
So
survive.
I'd say both ends. I try to make myself worthy,
you see this
and
word
then
Oh.
try.
and then I also beseech God's mercy should I not be worthy.
Oh.
See this
Where is
word
this
mercy and
going?
try.
Where is this going though?
Okay. Okay.
It's
You'll
basic
see.
theology. It's not going anywhere. We're just discussing basic theology.
Okay. You see this word try and the word mercy.
I can't know the difference. I mean, I try to make myself as good of a person as useful as possible, and maybe I make it through the bus cycle to the next boom cycle on my own merit. But maybe it was just the mercy of God. In reality, I tried and
You
failed,
see, don't
and
know.
God just took mercy and pity on me.
Right, right. Okay. Right. Okay. Okay. I understand. So here's a contrasting view. Here's a contrasting view. Your position goes the try fits in neatly with mercy. Try and mercy. Okay, that you make an effort, an effort. But I believe, in contrast to trying, there's those that do and do not do. They don't try. You don't try. It's the same. It's the same um, uh, debate. Often a discussion I have with the Christians, the two Christian camps. Some people say, "Oh, you must try to be good, try to follow the God's law, but we're all human, and humans make mistakes. Therefore, therefore we will sin anyway. Yeah, but we must try not to. We will sin, but we will try to keep God's law
Christians are
through
doomed
through
anyway
effort."
because they're idolaters and blasphemers. I mean, the
Yeah, wait a minute. We'll go there in a minute, Claire. We'll go there in a
DOA,
minute.
dead on arrival.
Right. So their position is that you try not to be a blasphemer. You try to keep God's law. You try to be good. And then there's the other section that say you don't try. You either are good or not. You're either obedient to the law or not.
When we were
And
framing
the
the
and the power.
utilitarian method,
Listen to the contrast. in order to be obedient to the law and to keep the law, you need the power of the one who created the law in the first place. That power has to be imputed into you or imparted to you so that you have the ability to keep the law.
We have free will. We have free will to obey or disobey. So that
You're giving an alternative model that, I mean, I could see the merit of
It's
your
only
model.
two.
But I mean, from the utilitarian model, if you say, okay, are you part of the problem or the solution? Are you causing a greater good for the greatest amount of people, or would your elimination cause a greater good for the greater amount of people? And then looking at it, if God is like, well, okay, I'm sorry, your elimination would actually bring a greater good to the greater amount of people, so I'm going to eliminate
it's
you.
very easy to decide, Doovid. I mean, have
So I
you
mean, if you're just
broken
looking at it from a utility, so I tried or did everything I could, but God's ultimate wisdom is like, no, I'm sorry, your elimination
but
would
we
actually
already
be the
know
greater
you're
good for the
doomed,
greater amount of
Doovid.
people.
We already know you're doomed because you're an idolater, and the penalty for idolatry is death.
That's Claire's opinion. So I was saying that this question of what does it mean, the greater good for the greater amount of people? I tried my best according to my own understanding, and so Claire's here saying like, no, like you're no good. Your elimination would actually benefit humanity. So I mean, God will be the ultimate decider, and I mean, you could frame it in a different way, but is your framing in line with the utilitarian understanding of the greater good for the greater amount of people?
Well, you can. Have you understood the contrast between two positions now? Which one of the positions fits in with the utilitarian? I'm not too sure about the utilitarian. I'm not too sure how which one of these two positions fits in with the utilitarian worldview.
Well, the
Is it
utilitarian
incompatible?
position doesn't even work anyway because they've given up on it because they can't decide what is the greatest good of the greatest number. It's actually the greatest happiness of the greatest number.
Right, with the greatest happiness of the great number, exactly. And that fits in with the idea of a universal morality. It fits in with universal morality. The greatest happiness for the greatest number of people is the universal morality, and then that system itself, that form of thinking, would destroy the concept of individuality.
No,
It destroys the concept of identity itself. It's the
I don't see
lobotomy
how.
of the planet.
If there is universal morality, then we have to obey these rules, whoever we are.
If there is, see that word?
Okay, but
If.
we're talking as if there is, aren't we, or not? I mean, I thought you were asking under universal morality.
No, there isn't. No.
You deny
No.
it. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, so the rabbis and the theologians will claim that somehow both are true at the same time, and God in God's infinite glory makes both of these true at the same time, even though it appears a logical contradiction. The philosophers
Interesting. They're both
generally
true at
say
the
that,
same
like,
time.
no, God, you can't have both. There can't be a greater good for the greater people that destroys individuality, and then an absolute moral system where no individual's absolute rights are ever violated. So, the sages will say that somehow, there's a collective karma and individual karma, and both are always absolutely kept. And somehow in God's absolute wisdom, that's the story.
The different moral
Right.
systems.
Interesting.
But I mean, the
Interesting.
philosophers generally say that that's impossible, and hence
Right.
that's why you have the utilitarian system.
That's what I was thinking at.
The
That's what I
different
was
moral
driving for.
systems, though. One
Pardon?
is to obey the no-hide laws, whatever we are, and the other is to play God and decide that we can discover what is the greatest good of the greatest number, which is the Benthamite position. but they're different moral systems. Because
Yes.
for Judaism, they have to obey the principles of Judaism, and for utilitarianism, you have to obey the principles of utilitarianism, right? They're different moral systems.
And every moral system is a separate identity in itself.
And we can only compare moral systems with, which group adhering to which moral system has been around for longest. And if they're all
Correct.
still around, you work out their success by,
Health, wealth, and strength.
by their fruits you shall know them, as Jesus said.
That's right. That's right. So yes. So it's you'll judge the moral system by their health, their strength, their wisdom, and the things that they construct. Because
Yes.
if they're around for a long time, they construct things that survive for a very long time.
Yeah, and their status, their wealth, their power, their empire, that kind of thing.
That's right, the empire. Yes. So each empire is a manifestation of a specific identity linked to a particular moral code.
Yes. And in a way, it's quite easy to discover because, really the five world religions, and outside the five world religions, you will have, secular political ideology such as Nazism, liberalism, communism, fascism. And they haven't, liberalism seems to have lasted longest, but it's coming to an end. Isn't it? I mean, that's my prediction.
Okay, so what do we see?
Coming to an end in a greater good. You're saying that the Great Reset is necessary to restore the greatest good for the greatest amount of people.
Well, but the Great Reset is some revolutionary event. That's what is meant.
Well, I mean, just the boom bust cycle. The Great Reset is the impending bust cycle.
Well, I don't think people call the boom bust cycle the Great Reset. That it's a separate thing. So I think you can.
I mean, the Great Reset is an impending, massive bust cycle, but the Great Reset is within the larger framework of the boom bust cycles. And the Great Reset is applying, the great one, but saying it's just another boom bust cycle.
That's right.
Well, I think everybody has their own version of the boom bust cycle. Oh, sorry, the Great Reset. I remember Gandalf, when COVID started, he was thinking his idea of the Great Reset was you can send all the foreigners home because of the
well, there's a whole. I mean, it's but climate.
Everybody has their own version.
It's climate. It's economic. It's political. It's population. It's migration. So I mean, you could have your own thing that you say, oh man, it's a pending doom. The moral decay, and some people focus on.
Well, it could be the arrival of the Messiah.
Climate. But I'm saying the Great Reset is implying multiple resets, for the boom cycle. That so many different things are out of whack that there has to be a Great Reset to, we're not just talking about migration and economics. There's also, the climate and population and, countless other things. That's why it's a Great Reset. It's not just one of these things.
Yes, it's going to be a big event, and it's going to be global. That and we are, and of course America is a global empire, so it's something to do with Western civilization.
Yeah, so
Right.
so IC3 is talking like Davos. They're positioning themselves for the post bust cycle. Because they're the powerful people, or the people in control of the current corporate global efficiencies. And so they're attempting to position themselves for the post-bust cycle. They don't necessarily want the bust cycle, or they might see the necessity of it, but from their vantage point, the bust cycle is coming, and they're trying to position themselves to survive the bust and to be in good position for the next boom cycle.
Right. So therefore, Davos, or the World Economic
we're
Forum,
kind of just pawns in this. We might have a greater vantage point that we're following this and looking at it, but like, we're not moving billions of dollars, or we're not in control of the current global order. And so the people in control of the current global order say, like, this bus cycle is coming. And so we're just pawns in this. And it seems like, we also agree the bus cycle is coming, but we don't have any power in the matter.
But hold it. If they're in control of the current order and a bust is coming, that means...
they have more control than we do. I mean, no one is saying...
No, they have control of
their
the
power is
current
limited
order.
also.
No, hold it.
They have a lot more power than we do, but they don't have the power to stop the bus cycle.
Right.
In fact, they have a greater vantage point to see the bus cycle is more inevitable. I'm saying they could see the bus cycle coming much more clearly than we can. They have much more information and indicators to know about the bus cycle than we do.
Yeah, but that doesn't guarantee that they will be able to construct the vessel to ride that bus cycle.
Well, they have more resources to attempt to.
Oh, I don't know.
Well, I'm saying money and network.
Let's look into that.
Okay,
let's look into that.
From a spiritual or intellectual level, or even at some point maybe being a nobody, it's easier to survive. But if you're talking money, international connections, like, no, I'm going to wait out the bus cycle on a private island with a bunch of things I bought myself from my own private army, or latest technology, versus like a person in London with no money and no connections. So I mean, it could be like you in London with just minimal connections and minimal resources is going to be able to ride out the bus cycle, but like you don't have the resources to or even position yourself to be in a good position for the next boom cycle. But like, no, I mean, having resources would generally be considered a benefit.
Well, but also, even though you may have the resources to be able to run off and buy an island and stack up all your tins of beans on this island with your private army, still, because even in the scriptures, I think it's Isaiah, he talks about, even though they should put themselves on the height, build their nest on the high mountains or whatever, in order to escape, to be safe, God will still strike them from. I can't. I think you know what I'm talking about. It's in the script. It talks about it.
Yeah, I know the theological sentiment. I'm just talking pure logic. I know the theology, and I agree with it. But
it's the same principle. So I'm saying, yes,
you could give pure logical reasons why the mighty are more likely to fall than the average. Because I mean, when people are going to be after their resources, or people are going to be upset in the people in power. And just like an average guy in the street in London, there's not as many people after you for your resources or your previous mistakes that caused the bus cycle, even without like some greater theological interpretation.
Yeah, but I'm saying that theological interpretation also shows that, as you illustrated, those who have the so-called greater resources to be able to buy an island and stack it up with provisions to ride with their own private army, to be able to ride through the boom and bust.
Even like anti-Semitism.
Their safe place, that so-called safe place, is still infected with the ideologies or the systems that came before it. So that little place that you think is safe, it can collapse within itself. They could all start fighting amongst each other in that so-called haven, that hideaway place.
That's what I said. That's what I said in the first place. There's no way to guarantee that you're going to survive through the bus cycle, even the people with the most resources or the most ability. So I mean, you're saying from like a spiritual level or something that you could make it more likely, but it's no. I mean, there's too many.
No, not more likely.
There's too many uncontrolled factors.
No. I'm saying that it's not where you are. It's your state of mind and your ideology that will allow you to efficiently construct a vessel, a structure, an organization that will allow you.
If you have the right state of mind, you'll survive any scenario.
Pardon?
You say if you have the right state of mind, you'll survive any situation, any scenario.
If you have the right state of mind, you put yourself with others in the position to survive any
Any
scenario
scenario, any
that
situation.
yes, any scenario that the current world system can produce. Yes. Any scenario that can be a product or that could come about as a result of the current world system. Yes. But natural disasters, like a volcano kicking off, that's the planet. So when I talk about the world and the planet, it's two different things. There are worlds on the planet. So a world, to be in the world, is like I'm on the map. To be recognized as a country, as a nation, as a place, you are on the map. You're as a currency, you're recognized. That means you're part of the world. So there's a world on the planet. The planet is just doing what it does, but the world is a construct. The world is that which is accepted by the you are in the world if you are accepted as an identity, as a license. You're on the map. Does that make sense? The contrast between the planet and the world. Does that make sense? What I'm
Yeah, I
saying there?
understand the concept. I'm not sure I necessarily agree, but I mean, yeah, I mean, it conceptually makes sense.
Yeah. So therefore, but then again, it also matches that if there's is it possible to build a boat in a physical sense that can ride a storm, the worst storm that could take place in the sea with the highest tidal waves. I mean, what was that movie where they had this spaceship was traveling to different planets, and the spaceship was in the water, and then they weren't sure it was that a mountain or was it a wave, and it was an actual wave. Do you remember that clip from the movie?
Yeah, I don't watch many movies, but yeah, I could imagine. But I mean,
Yeah,
you're saying there's no such thing as the wrong place at the wrong time, and that you could see to it that you're not going to be in the wrong place at the wrong time, as opposed to say like, no, there's such thing as just the wrong place at the wrong time, and it could be any of us, any of us.
Well, even if the Third World War were to break out, there will be survivors. I mean, even if that happened, there will be survivors, right?
Yeah, I'm saying there'll be survivors. There'll be another boom cycle, but I'm saying there's no guaranteed method to be from the survivors, because I mean, there's the wrong place at the wrong time, and you can't guarantee that you're not going to be in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Yeah, I mean, we can't guarantee our individual survival, but the point is, if you do believe in the Abrahamic God, there will be an afterlife when we will discover whether we're going to the better place or the worse place. That is the narrative, isn't it?
Yeah,
You
I mean,
can
from the greater
guarantee.
spiritual level, the boom and bust cycle includes the material realm. So I'm saying, okay,
Yes.
eventually the whole material realm will come to an end, and the ultimate boom cycle will be in the non-material realm.
Yeah, I think surely the purpose is that we will always stray from the the rules, and the system will correct us if we have a system that has rules for us to go back to. Hello, Godless Girl.
Hi, I was just streaming through my live streams and I saw my name in the title of yours.
Well, I was expecting you to come back, and you have.
Oh,
Oh, you
oh,
sort of
what?
said you'd come back after you settled your baby,
Um,
but you didn't.
what do you want me to talk about?
Um,
Are you a Muslim?
no.
We could move on the conversation. If you weren't following, we could put a bookmark in it and talk about what you want to talk about.
Sorry, I didn't mean to like just butt it.
No problem. We've been carrying on for like 2 hours now, so we could put a bookmark.
What? 2 hours? Jesus.
Are you an atheist, Claire?
I'm an agnostic.
Ah.
But I believe.
And this is your channel?
Yes.
Oh, nice. I'll subscribe.
Oh, thank you. I have 3. This is my 3rd one because I had strikes on my other 2, and then I've got another. Well.
Oh yeah, I've lost the channel before.
But I think you can just about keep your head above water if you use you exercise the option of having another channel, a secondary one, a tertiary one, and this is my tertiary channel.
So what about David? Does he believe in God?
Well, he's supposed to be Jewish, but he's a Hindu, and I keep telling him that the penalty for idolatry for a Jew is death, and
Oh, he's a Gentile.
No, he's his mother's Jewish, but his father isn't, so he's of mixed parentage, really.
What about you, Derek?
Mr IC3.
I'm Mr IC3.
He prefers to be addressed as Mr IC3.
That's right.
Mr. IC3, do you believe in God?
Yes, I believe
Why?
God is the is the collective will of any group of people. So any group of people over time will develop a God. God is the collective will of any group of people.
Collective will. I guess that just sounds like gibberish to me.
Okay, so what do you understand the word will? Intent. So
Okay.
you're an individual. You can have an intent. You can have a will of what you want to do. When you are with a group of people, they all those individuals in that group of say of 100 people, they all have a will and an intent themselves. So they all want to eat, they all want to go somewhere or do something. Yes. So all those individuals within that group, they can have a shared intent. In other words, we need to move from here and go over there, and then because the grass is green.
Yeah, but what if their intent isn't shared?
Sorry?
What if they have contradicting
No,
intents?
that's a different issue. That's a different issue. I'm saying.
But I'm saying in that case, there wouldn't be a God.
No. Let's go slowly. So individuals have a will. Yes, a group of people can have a shared will, a shared intent.
Sometimes they don't.
Yes, but that's a different subject. I'm saying they can. So the collective will is when they do have an intent that is shared. That is God. Does that make sense?
A shared intent? Why do you call that God? I mean, I believe that there's shared intents too. So I say I believe in God.
Good. All right.
So I'm not an
Why do I
atheist
call that
according to
God?
you.
Okay.
So I'm not an atheist according to you.
Yeah. Okay. I'll answer the question. Reason is because God is an invisible entity. So you have the material world, the things that you can see, that you can touch, but even the will itself, the intent is not something you can actually hold. It's invisible, isn't it? You can only tell somebody else. If there's a group of you, you all want to go to a party, you ask each other, shall we go? Should we go here? Should we do this? And then you will sense if all of you are in agreement. Then once all of you decide to do something, you then have a shared intent. In the process of you all working together to do what you've all agreed to do, in that process, things will happen and you will be able to predict what and almost know what other members of the group are thinking because you have a shared intent. So if an object gets in the way of any member of the group.
Sir, you're going on for a long time. Look, I believe that people have shared intentions too. Does that mean I'm not an atheist?
No, you said you didn't understand. Before we go there, did you understand that when I said the collective will, all of this I'm talking is just to explain. You said you didn't understand what I said by collective will. So first of all, I want you to understand what I meant by collective will. Then after that, we can go into further things. Do you understand what I meant when I said collective will? All of that
I
was
think
described
so.
there. Huh?
I think
Yes or
so.
no?
I think so.
Okay. Well, let's keep going on it until you're sure you do. Then we can use it as a basis for our
Well,
conversation
I mean,
on other
it's just kind
issues.
of boring. You're going on too long. It's just kind of boring. I don't really want
Well,
to.
I'm doing that. I'm being warm because I don't want to waste time trying to
You
answer
are
questions
waste.
that
It's
you
a
can't
lot. You
handle.
took a lot of
Well, okay,
time.
well, forget. I don't want to talk about answer your questions then. You're not interested.
Oh, okay. I guess
What,
according
You're
to
not
like,
him. Okay.
understanding.
Well, I'll just
it's
talk to the
been
other people then. I'll
15
talk
Yeah,
to the
we'll
hours.
talk to the
audience.
other people then.
I
Go on.
guess according to this guy, I'm not an atheist because I believe that people have shared wills. What the fuck?
You don't
Well,
think
you're
Claire's
guessing all
been
over the
able to stream
place.
for 15 hours straight without letting people monologue a few minutes?
If it's really boring, I don't want to hear it.
Yeah, well, guess you're boring too. You're boring and you're guessing all over the place. So let's see what you've got to say to the others. Let me listen.
Yeah, I already said it. I guess this guy thinks I'm not an atheist then. I guess it would be really hard to even find an atheist because who's going to deny that there's shared intentions, right?
Well, it's always the difficulty in
So you don't believe
conversation.
I guess he doesn't believe atheists exist. Atheists don't exist.
You have to establish a common terminology. So the first time you speak with people or when you set in a debate or conversation, you usually have to start with establishing how you define and understand terms.
Correct.
And people will understand terms in a different way. So if I'm like a strong theist, I'll say like, you might think you're an atheist, but like in reality, there is no such thing as atheist. In the same way that a strong
Yeah,
theist,
but that's what I'm doing, right?
you just in your
That's
own.
what I'm doing. I'm showing according to, so let's accept his definition. According to his definition, atheists don't exist.
Well, I'm saying that. Well, I'm not sure if that's what he's saying. God exists, whether you believe in it, believe in God or not, and your category as an atheist is just someone who's incorrect. Or if you're
You're
saying
not following what I'm saying. I'm saying there's not going to be anybody that denies that there's shared intentions, which he calls God. So there's not going to be anybody on his worldview that's an atheist.
would you say that about theists, that you think theists are incorrect, or you say that there's uncertainty? There's enough uncertainty that we don't know
I don't
whether there's
understand
a
what you're
God or
asking.
not.
What
And
that
I
has,
put
I don't
myself in.
understand. I don't. It seems like you're not following what's being said.
Well, that's why I'm asking you just to define these terms. You're saying that does your
If we're going by
atheism?
his definition, a theist is just somebody that believes in shared intentions, right?
No, but believes in a deity. Believes in a spiritual realm. Like I'm a dualist theist. I believe that there's a material realm.
Are we talking about what you
Spiritual
believe or what Derek believes?
I'm
realm.
not Derek to you.
Yeah, he calls us IC3, but
Are we talking about what you believe or what IC3 believes?
why? I was talking about what I believe.
You don't know what
Oh,
IC3
well, so
believes.
you're just changing the subject.
No,
You don't know what
I
I
was just
believe.
trying to get you to define your terms.
Exactly. You're coming
Look,
confused.
I haven't given a definition of, I would just say a disembodied mind that created the universe as a god, but I'm just saying what going off his definition entails, and the entailment is that there exists no atheists. And then you just start like, just don't even respond to what I said and just start talking about your beliefs. That's what you did?
Um,
Okay, David, I define God as a disembodied mind that created the universe. What do you accept that definition? Is that what you believe?
I'm not sure I'd use the word mind, but I could accept that.
Well, does it have consciousness?
Well, I mean, essentially, I'm a dualist. So if you say mind is a non-material
No, I'm saying before humans, there was a disembodied mind that created the universe. Is that what you believe? I'm asking if that's what you believe.
Yeah, well, I put in the realm before there was a material realm, there was a disembodied mind that created the material realm.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That is what you believe.
Yeah, so in that sense,
Yeah, why the fuck do you believe that?
because I believe that my mind is non-physical, and like I pray and understand many phenomenon to be spiritual phenomenon that's mediated by a higher force, a deity.
Why? Look, do
So
you have any evidence or arguments?
I look at evidence in the argument that I understand mind as a non-physical phenomenon in the first place. If you want
Okay,
evidence,
minds are non-physical, therefore deities exist? That's the inference?
well, no, so from phenomenon the non in the spiritual realm that deities exist. Yep.
What's a spiritual realm? What's that?
The non-material realm where mind operates.
I look, if minds are not material, they don't have a physical location. They're not in a realm, right? They don't have a location. They're just immaterial. So human minds are immaterial, then
Well,
what are
they
you inferring from
operate
that?
within a non-material. Well, I mean realm. I don't mean.
What the fuck is a realm?
If you want a definition of realm,
Yeah, why do you think realms exist?
realm is just saying a mode of activity. So not with a physical location, but saying that minds operate within accordance of rules. Minds act with other minds, and so I'm saying there's the realm where minds act.
Yeah, I
You're just
understand what
saying
you're saying.
minds acting? Okay, so there's immaterial minds acting, therefore deities exist? That's the inference?
If minds
Well,
exist, deities can
You
exist.
guys, you need this IP3's help,
Isn't that right?
David?
Minds
I
exist.
mean, he's got his own opinions, but I don't mind if he jumps in. But
Minds
I'd say
exist.
that
Minds exist, therefore what? God,
that
deities exist?
that mind
Gods
phenomenon
exist in the mind.
are intermediated by higher forces. So there's the phenomenon of minds. There's mind activity that is mediated by higher forces. That I would say is the deity. Like,
Higher
like
forces.
things like karma, action, reaction, prayer, uh, global consciousness. That besides for the phenomenon, like I have a mind and you have a mind, I believe that my mind is non-physical and your mind is non-physical. That there's mediating factors between minds, and that those mediating factors, there's higher mediating factors that that I posit are controlled by the deity.
Yeah, why do you believe in a deity?
Because I see that there's higher forces that control non-physical phenomena. Even
Higher
if there's higher
forces
forces
mean
that
that
control physical phenomena, but more so the non-physical.
higher forces means that a conscious being existed that created the universe. I'm still not understanding the inference.
Some there's my mind, so there's your mind, there's minds, and then there's a higher mind, and that's
Yeah,
you.
why do you think there's a higher mind?
Because I see forces and powers. I mean, see with the spiritual eye that are I see the effect of the higher forces.
Like what? Can you give an example of what made you conclude that there's a higher mind exists?
Well, I believe in karma, and that karma has to be mediated, and so say the higher
Do
mind
you
is.
believe, like when you say you believe in karma, do you believe the laws of physics are broken?
Well, I would also say that for the physical laws, but say the spiritual laws of action reaction, but like the righteous being rewarded, the wicked being punished, or moral phenomenon that are mediated in a non-material realm, and they're mediated by a higher force, not so say by the laws of physics, but by a deity.
Look, I'm asking, do you think that the laws of physics are broken in order for karma to take place?
No, that's why I say I'm a dualist. They're mediated in a separate realm.
Well, a dualist could still believe that the laws of physics are broken, but
I don't think that the karma being mediated in the spiritual realm does not necessitate.
what does mediated mean?
Cause to act.
Okay, so can you say the sentence again?
That the laws of karma, the mediation in the
Are
spiritual realm.
caused to act. The laws of karma are caused to act.
You know, you say if I do something good, like if I, do a good deed, and then that causes some accumulation or called good karma, and that causes good things to happen to me in the future, or if I do something bad, and that causes bad things to happen to me in the future, that is mediated in the non-material spiritual realm, and it doesn't contradict the physical laws.
I don't understand what if
If
the
I'm if
laws of
I'm
physics are
if
not
I'm
being
nice to
broken.
you, and not that you repay me in the future, but that something good happens to me, like if I am nice to a person that I never see again, and they have no way to pay me back, but that causes an accumulation of some positive effect we call karma, and in the future that positive effect is returned to me, and
Look,
also
if something positive happens to you in the future, it's going to be in virtue of antecedent conditions. It doesn't matter in the physical laws. It's not going to be because you did something good before. Like, why would you think that?
I think that they're mediated in a non-physical way, that there's no
Yeah, but why do you
there's
think
no
that?
there's that the spiritual explanation of that effect is more sensical than a material explanation of that effect.
Look, you're just saying that there's that
If
effect,
I
but
do
why should,
something
sir,
good,
you're just like straight up categorically delusional if you believe that because you do something good, something unrelated to that good is going to happen to you because you did that good thing, and that it's not just caused by like some physical antecedent occurrences.
yes, I'm explaining to you that's my personal belief and basis, because I observe and with this phenomenon with myself and with others, that
What, you observe that like if something good happens to you, you're like, oh, well, this is because I did something good when I was at the age of 8. That's why that just happened to me.
well, I'm not saying I have an exact one-for-one correspondence, but you're saying that I believe in karma, that when you do good things, you accumulate good karma, and good things happen to you. When you do bad things, you accumulate bad things, and bad things happen.
Look, good things happen to you and bad things happen to you. How do you know that it's because you did good or bad things in the past? Like when something bad happens to you, why are you thinking, oh, that's because I did something bad before?
Because I have a mind's eye. I have a spiritual eye, just like a physical eye, and my mind's eye is cognizant of these things.
You sound schizophrenic, sir. Please stop. You're embarrassing yourself.
No, I'm just a believer. I mean, that's what you just want to say. Like any person who believes in God in the spiritual realm is crazy.
You're just,
That's
it's just delusion. You're just straight up delusional.
like mainstream theology, mainstream, like most people from, it's even non-denominational, like Jew, Christian, Muslim, Hindu, believe in karma, the laws of action reaction.
I don't care. That's
And
just a crazy
memory
thing to
as
believe.
well.
You're saying, well, I mean, you could say
Memory.
it's a crazy thing to believe. It's in your atheists are a minority. You're like there's.
Look, the majority of the world used to believe the earth was flat. That's not a reason to believe the earth is flat, right?
Well, you say that, but it's saying that this is
Are
generally.
you aware that it's a fallacy to appeal to popularity? It's like you've committed an error in reasoning, sir.
Well, it's possible, but it's saying that the phenomenon that there is such a thing as good and bad karma, action reaction, spiritual realm is that's a well-established belief system. It's my belief system.
That's stupid.
I believe that my mind's eye observes these things. My spirit,
That's stupid.
that there's a dualistic system. I observe the physical realm, and I observe the spiritual realm, And one of the things I observed in the spiritual realm through my mind's eye is karma, action, good and
Stop.
bad deeds.
Stop. Okay, stop.
That I
It's
don't
just
have a direct
ridiculous. It's
one-to-one
ridiculous.
correlation, but I could feel when I do something good
Sir, please.
that I've accumulated good karma. When I do something bad, I accumulate bad.
What would falsify this belief? Like if you did something good and then it wasn't like within a few days something good happened to you, or what? What would falsify? What would be evidence against it?
David,
The
do you,
general is the reward of the righteous, the punishment of the wicked.
David?
I'd say that I generally try to be
The
a good
punishment
person.
of the wicked would be evidence that you're wrong.
I mean, it's saying that I try to live a good life and refrain from causing harm and doing bad things. And yes, I believe that generally I have a relatively good life, and because I abstain.
Are you did you hear the question I just asked you?
What,
What do you think?
It has to
What do
be
you think I just asked you?
eye.
What?
Saying that the observation through the mind's eye, you could do a study. Yeah, like I would say that.
What? Wait, sir, what? It's like
people
you
have
can't
better
even
lives.
fucking follow the conversation. Sir, what question did I just ask you? What question are you trying to answer right now?
The evidence for my proposition of
No, maybe you just misheard me. There was some miscommunication. I asked what would count as evidence against what you believe? What would falsify your belief?
well, it's the punishment of the righteous and the reward of the wicked.
The reward of the wicked. So, just so you know, like I'm a self-proclaimed moral monster. I've been like a piece of shit my whole life. And um I got this really big inheritance where like other Americans are like struggling and working hard and barely able to feed themselves. I got this big inheritance like that I'm so unworthy of. And then um it like I put it it's just the absurdity of the world. I put a little bit of money into Dogecoin or Dogecoin, whatever, and then like made so much money off that, like this ridiculous cryptocurrency. While other Americans are like struggling financially. So where's the righteousness and justice in that, sir?
Well, if you're talking about money. I mean, whether money, and when I'm saying one factor, you're saying you're a bad person, you hurt people, and you're mean, and you feel that you've been rewarded anyways. And if you're only referring to money, and you're referring to karma, like okay, your birth, so your inheritance isn't a factor of actions that you've taken in this lifetime. Your inheritance is a factor of your parents' effort, not yours. So, but I would say
But
that
I'm saying, where is my punishment?
God
Is it
forbid.
common? It's
Yeah,
common,
I
you're saying?
reject you, but
So like, what if nothing bad happens to me the rest of my life? Would that falsify your belief?
so I'm saying if you're saying like I mean you're not a nice person, you're kind of miserable.
Yeah,
That,
where's my punishment?
well, I mean, that you're a miserable person.
But I'm not.
You're saying you're like a
Didn't
happy.
you just hear me laughing?
Well, you just said that you're rich. You're
No,
without.
when I was I was laughing. I was like enjoying like what like
Said
I
you
enjoy my time on I spend all my time on the internet like
I mean,
doing these kind of interactions, and it's really fun.
you didn't say that you had a good life or a fulfilling life. You just said you inherited money.
Well, I don't know what you mean by fulfilling. Look, I was no, but when I said, did you see me just laughing at you?
I didn't see your camera's off, but
I mean here.
I couldn't tell if you were laughing. But I mean, if you're trying to claim that you're a bad person, you're being rewarded even though you're a bad person. You're saying you yourself are you're holding yourself up as an unrighteous person who's being rewarded even though you're unrighteous.
I'm trying to ask what would falsify your belief? What if nothing bad ever happens to me?
No, I mean you
Would
just
that
said
falsify?
you said you're
I'm saying, is there
responsible
anything that could be
because
evidence
you're a bad
against you?
person and you've been rewarded.
Yeah, I'm saying, is there anything that could be evidence against your belief?
Well, I was saying that if you held yourself up and said, "You look like God forbid I'm a pretty bad person, and things are going pretty good for me,"
Yeah, that's the case with me. So is that evidence against your belief?
well, I mean, you're just saying that for the sake of argument, or saying like, no, like you're a pretty bad person, but yet things are going pretty good for you.
Well, I'm saying, but it's true, and I'm saying it for the sake of the argument.
Well, I mean, you're just a random saying that my general perception of the way I see things is that the righteous get rewarded, the wicked get punished.
No, but I'm saying like it's if it's a hypothetical. So say you knew a person who was wicked their whole life, but they were really happy and they got rewarded and never saw punishment. Would you count that as evidence against your belief?
Yeah, I don't know the exception that proves the rule, but you're saying as a general trend from my observation that whether a single case would disprove the rule, but it's a general trend that the state of karma that I see when bad people do bad things happen to them. When people do good things happen to them.
Yeah, you're just gonna have like it's just gonna be some selective memory or something because when I look around the world, I see like absurdity at who succeeds and who fails.
When you say you look in the mirror and you know you're a bad person, but things are going good for you, or you're saying the opposite, you look in the mirror and you're a good person.
I see a general trend of horrible injustice in the world.
In the mirror or in other people?
In other people in the world.
But what about in the mirror?
That too.
So you're saying you look in the mirror and you see a bad person, but yet things are going good for you.
Yeah.
And that means.
But I also see that as a general trend in the world. Like bad things happen to good people all the time.
You purposely like hurt and cheat people. You don't have to dox yourself or like open up a criminal case. God forbid you're a horrible criminal and what you're going to say is going to land you arrested.
What? No. Wait, I didn't hear the last thing you said.
Well, I mean, saying like you're saying you look in the mirror and you see a bad person, but you're being rewarded. So I'm saying like if you start saying too much, like the police would come and arrest you.
Well, I already have been arrested, and my dox is already out there, so it's no secret.
Well, no, I'm saying that. Well, isn't that proof that you're a bad person, therefore bad things happen to you?
No, I'm just telling you generally in the world what I see. I see absurdity. I see.
You're a bad person. You got arrested. Isn't that proof of the point?
Well, no, because I got out of all these things.
You got some money.
No, because I got out of all the things. Like I was once got picked up for a larceny, grand larceny, and because of my expensive lawyer, I got away with 32 hours of community service. So there's like, but I'm just saying, forget about me.
Isn't that
a general trend in the world? I see injustice all the time.
It could have been worse, but you're a bad person. You got punished.
I don't really view that as a punishment. Like it's like it was a joke. I was laughing the whole time.
You had to go through a lawyer in the criminal system, and you had to do community service. You probably have permanent bad marks on your record.
Yeah, but I don't care about that.
It's a white God, David.
That's like a proof. Like you said you're a bad person, and then you say you've been punished for being a bad person.
God is white.
No, I don't view that as a punishment.
God is white. He looks after his people. God is the arbiter of justice. God decides.
And then there's people who. So it's just a general term in the world, because then there's people who have been good their whole lives, barely ever done any harm at all, and they're sitting on fucking death row for something they didn't do, right? So what the fuck are you talking about, sir?
I mean, there might be
God is good. God is white.
Of innocent suffering, but it's like no. I mean, generally, that's not what I see. I believe in karma because I generally see that the righteous get rewarded and the wicked get punished.
Yeah, I don't know why you think that.
And you're so certain that there's a whole bunch of innocent people on death row. I'm not so sure about that. Even just looking for your own.
Well, you can look up after DNA evidence came out all the people who were proved factually innocent after they were already put to death. Just Google about that.
Yeah, I mean, God forbid. I've seen that. I even used to own a book that had a collection of those, but I'm sure the people were, innocent or good people. They might have been innocent of the crime that they were charged for. There might
God forbid.
There might be an occasional exception, but God forbid. So most of the people in prison.
Which God?
Most of the people on, the vast majority of people, like including yourself, who go through the criminal justice system, is because you committed a crime.
Which God?
Yeah, but I got away with all the shit.
When you say you got away, you said you didn't get away with it. You had to.
Yeah, my grand larceny got dropped down to something that's not even a misdemeanor. It's called a violation. So I wasn't even convicted of a crime in the end. Where's the fucking justice in that? Claire,
Well,
this guy's
you're saying
clown. I
you
don't
had to
want to
do
talk to
32 hours
these
of
clowns
community
anymore.
service.
Is there anything you wanted to talk to me about, Claire? Because I'm done with the clowns.
God forbid you seem the clown. I mean, I
God,
don't mean to
which
insult
God,
you, but
David?
you're saying like you seem the clown. I mean,
Doovid,
like,
which God? God is white, and
not
God
like
is
God forbid,
good.
like
So he
what
looks
happened to you
after his
hasn't happened
people.
to me.
Claire, why do you hang
Like I
out with
didn't
these?
commit
These guys
grand
are
larceny.
losers. What the fuck is this?
I didn't have to suffer the punishment that you suffered. Matt IC3, have you committed her crime and had to suffer the punishment that she suffered?
Claire, what's wrong with you?
Crime is a matter of cultural perspective. What is crime? Crime is a matter of cultural perspective.
Almost
So
all
what,
cultures have the
IC3?
rule
Who
of stealing.
cares?
I mean,
Society.
stealing is against the no-hide laws. You're saying you stole, you got
Yeah, but
caught, you got
how?
punished. It could
Yeah,
have
but
been
how
worse, but you
powerful?
stole, you got caught, you got punished. It's a universal
How powerful is the
no-hide
Jewish
law
God?
stealing.
Yeah, but how powerful is the Jewish God versus the white God? That's the big
Well, any
question.
God. It's saying just that I believe that there is a God because there's a spiritual thing, and saying you can't steal and get away with it. And you're saying you look in the mirror and you say you
No,
can't
no,
steal and
no.
get
But
away with it. You got
stealing,
caught, you got
no,
punished. It
but
could have been
stealing's a
worse,
matter
but
of
you got
cultural
caught, you got punished.
perspective. No, but listen,
Yeah, the
stealing
majority
is
of
a
the
matter
times I
of
stole, I
cultural
didn't get caught.
perspective.
God forbid.
Claire, I'm about. If you're not gonna talk to me, Claire, I'm gonna go because I don't want to talk to these guys.
Doovid, do you accept? Doovid, do you
Did you have
accept?
any?
Here I am. Here I am. What can I do for
Uh,
you?
Doovid,
did
Doovid,
you have anything you
Doovid,
wanted to
Doovid,
talk
do
to
you
me about?
accept that stealing is a matter of cultural perspective?
We can talk. If you want to ask me any questions, you can do that.
Sure. Tell me more about yourself.
I'm a moral and political philosopher. I am agnostic, and I propose a one-party theocracy to solve the problems of the West, the social and political problems of the West.
You propose a what?
A one-party theocracy governed by the rules, the principles of secular Quranism.
Oh, okay.
The white God is stronger than the Jewish God. Told you, Doovid. The white God is stronger than the Jewish God.
And Claire, why do you talk to these guys? Like, how long have you known these guys for?
For quite a while. Well, it's late here, and I guess you know,
You don't agree
we're
with me on
just
that?
hanging
Like
out
Claire,
right
you're
now.
always talking about the Noahidism and hitting on me. Like stealing is one of them.
Sorry, I don't understand what you meant by that, David.
Stealing is one of the Noahide laws. There's a prohibition against stealing.
Yes.
It's a
Are you
Yes.
accusing
universal
me of
law.
stealing?
Claire, you're going to speak out in opposition of stealing.
Stealing is a matter of perspective.
Okay,
If God tells you to go and take something, it's not stealing.
Claire
I
is
might have to
universally
remove
opposed to
you
thievery.
guys. I might have to remove you guys.
I
Oh,
mean, if you want
okay.
to talk to
You
her,
want
you
to talk
can,
to
but
God? I'll go then. I'll
I say
go.
that, like, I
Okay.
mean, I would assume that Claire is universally opposed to thievery.
You could let David stay. I mean, the other guy was just like throwing in random phrases that I didn't even understand what they were, how they were
I don't know,
related
Mike.
to.
You guys want to talk amongst yourself, but I mean, you asked me a question, I answered. You put yourself out as your own example. You didn't have to do that. Claire is a big preacher of the seven Noahide laws, and absolutely stealing is one of them.
And Sharia.
Uh, if you gain some popularity on the internet, you're probably gonna get a lot of backlash from you. You're probably gonna get some severe emotional reactions from people for your views, right?
I have. Modern day debate won't have me on. I think James Cons is an Islamophobe. I don't know if you know Khalil, who is just in.
Khalil Aldani
Yeah, him. I think.
or Khalil, the one on EA Dawa.
Yeah, him. That's the one I mean. Yeah.
Yeah, I know him. It was funny actually when I was just on that modern day debate with that really stupid Muslim. I said to him at the end, I have Muslim friends on the internet that can help you with your apologetics because you're just a jokester. And then I recommended EA Dawa's channel.
Uh-huh.
Because I mean, I guess you don't like
They
the guy,
kicked
but
me
he's actually
today. They kicked me
he's good
yesterday.
at arguing for Islam.
Yeah, the EA Dawa channel that I've been actually promoting um, removed me unceremoniously from the stream because I dared to say that Muslims can be anti-Semites, and they went ape and removed me, and they also showed a few compromising photographs of me, but
Oh wow.
yeah, yeah, and so on the one hand, I am pro Jew. On the other hand, I'm some sort of Nazi, and they couldn't quite make sense of that. But they kicked me and hid me from the chat and refused to speak to me. So maybe Godless Girl, if you could drop in on them and tell them off, that would be great. I mean, they do welcome
Oh well,
atheists and
I'm kind of
Christians.
friendly with that, especially his wife. So I don't want to like make enemies with them or anything. But I could bring it up and ask them their perspective.
That would be great. Thanks, thanks. Yeah, because I mean they're so full of shit, really. I mean, I mean, I think maybe Khalil just got scared. I mean, he was being quite positive about secular Quranism until one of his people said, "Well, she's a Fed. She works for the CIA, and you got to get rid of her," and blah blah blah. And he did, and because
What have you
maybe
interacted with his
I
wife?
might get him demonetized or something, because you're right, a lot of people don't like my ideas.
Do you interact with his wife?
I don't think so. I might have said hi or something, but I mean, I didn't actually speak to her.
Oh, she's always been really nice to me.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I got the impression that she's a nice lady, and but I didn't. I try not to get involved, in discussions with women, because they get easily upset, unless they show some strength of character, which I think you have.
Oh well, I sound upset a lot, but I actually am very. It's just my personality. I'm actually very rarely angry on the internet.
Yeah, yeah. I've seen you. I've seen you with a Muslim apologist. In
Oh, you
fact,
did. You
that was
watched
how
that?
I
Okay.
heard of you. That was how I heard of you on modern day
I
today.
actually used to be a raving Islamophobe, and I wanted to deport all Muslims from Europe. I thought they were going to take over Europe and attack the United States, but I changed my mind. I don't think that at all anymore.
What changed your mind?
Well, I think um, that all the stuff I thought was just really propaganda. So like things about the Muslim population going up rapidly in Europe and stuff was turned out not to be true. And then I came to take the view that like it's actually the United States that's the biggest terrorist, responsible for the most amount of terrorism in the world, and that it's really the other countries that are just the victims of us.
Ah, yes. I mean, neoconservatism is another name for American imperialism, and I guess most Americans don't want it, which is why they voted for Trump, and that's why they're treated as heretics and subversives.
But do you ever, what else do you do on your channel? I haven't looked at your stuff yet.
I basically promote secular Quranism, and talk to other people about their ideas and try to have fun, which I do. And but basically it is to promote secular Quranism, and well, and I think I think a lot of people are aware of it, but they just don't want to talk about it.
Well, whenever you have an open panel, I'd love to come back. I'm gonna get going right now, though.
Okay, okay. Well, thanks for coming. It's been fun having you, and yeah, I will let you know. So, Doovid, did you have fun?
Well, not a fun time. I was shocked that you weren't going to stand up to the no-hide laws and inform her that thievery is forbidden.
Why did I need to do that? Did I? Because of a grand larceny charge and all that. Is that what you meant?
Yeah, or just general information. So, like for like as a friend, just inform her that you shouldn't be stealing.
Well, I wasn't sure whether grand larceny covered stealing. I thought it covered a multitude of. Well, actually, I'm not sure, so I'm going to look it up.
Grand larceny generally refers to stealing over, if it's $5,000 or something, amount.
Um, well, I mean, the point is that she thought she got away with it.
$950, I think, in the U.S.
Uh huh. Uh huh. Okay, I wasn't sure about that.
That's why in like California or something, like shoplifting below a certain amount, they don't file charges. But so if that means the case, grand larceny meant that she stole something worth more than $950. God forbid.
Right. But the point is, if she's saying that I did something bad and nothing bad happened to me, and I don't believe in God, what can you do? Um, you can
Well,
only hope
the
that there
majority
is
of
a God that
atheists.
will punish people who think like that in the afterlife if nothing bad happens to them in their lifetimes.
Well, I'm telling you that in this lifetime, I'm saying that I believe not only in the afterlife, but in this lifetime that you can't sin and get away with it, not purely due to punishment after death, but in this lifetime.
Which is why you
And
have to implement Sharia. So we
you
know.
don't have to implement it. It's a factual part of creation. That's why I believe in God, because I see that the spiritual system works. That when you do bad things, you get punished. When you do good things, you get rewarded. And so, just listening to her statement, it sounded like she did bad things. It wasn't working out that good for her. And generally, atheism, from the theistic outlook, that atheism is a false belief. The reason people are atheist is their desire to sin. That people desire to sin and get away. A lot of times, it could be sexual, like I desire to have forbidden sexual relationships, but I know it's wrong, so I became an atheist, so I wouldn't think it was wrong, and that I could sin and get away with it, or I want to steal, and or violence, or idolatry, or whatever it is. That the reason idolatry is usually different because if you don't believe in God, a person wouldn't have a temptation to commit idolatry, but so the general focus, and even that we've argued about the idolatrous, we're saying that generally murder, thievery, sexual morality is considered the key social elements of the Noahide laws, and the system of justice has to uphold that. And from the point of view that God karmatically has that in fact. The fact is, if you steal, if you commit violence, if you commit sexual immorality, you get punished in this lifetime.
Well, yes, but you only get punished in this lifetime if the laws of your society conform with the no-hide laws. And if they
No, no,
don't, then
no.
people will think that they've gotten away
We
with
have
it.
the Noahide laws have a positive obligation to have courts of justice and enforce that. By saying no, that God has a system of karma, and even if the justice system doesn't enforce that, that God has the own mechanisms that cause good things to happen to good people and bad things to happen to bad people outside of the courts of justice.
Yes, so
There's no such thing as committing a crime and getting away with it. God runs the world. Karma's a fact. You accumulate bad karma, it comes back to you. And even if you get away with it in the legal system, you accumulate bad karma and it causes bad outcomes.
okay, well, this is something that Godless Girl doesn't believe in, and there will be
When she's
people.
an atheist, that's what she's rejecting. So it's saying, why am I a believer? Because I evidentially see that. I see with my own eyes in my own life and others that I speak to that bad things happen to bad people and good things happen to good people. And even though she came on trying to be an atheist, her own things that she said about herself reinforced my belief that karma is factual, that you can't sin and get away with it.
Yes.
If they're saying it's a fundamental, if you're
I
an
know
atheist,
this is what you
if
believe,
you're
but
an
that's not
atheist,
what.
you would posit that you could sin and get away with it. And so if you're a theist, I'm positing you can't sin and get away with it. And so her own, you're saying, I know you could sin and get away with it because I sin all the time and I got away with it. But just listening to her, it didn't sound like she sinned and got away with it.
But I mean, there are lots of people who are, criminals and they don't believe in God. And,
The belief factor is irrelevant to what person they're saying that. I'm saying that it's a spiritual fact that you can't sin and get away with it. People might believe or have a mistaken perception, like atheists or criminals. But if you examine the lives of criminals, even a criminal who did a bunch of things and never got caught by the law, you speak to them, you'll see that they didn't get away with it. Even if their own mind, they have their own uh, personal delusions, just like her. That in her own mind, she thinks she sinned and got away with it. Just listening to her, she's like in the court system, and she's got lawyers and community service, and it sounds like she didn't get away with it.
no, I mean, for
Even
some
if in her
people,
own
they
mind,
would be mortified to have a criminal record. But she's not, but maybe she will regret it later.
well, no, I mean, it sounds like she does have a criminal record, just not a felony.
She said it was a violation that she ended up being convicted of. Something like that.
You know, she plead for a lesser charge, and I'm not. I mean, I don't have to dox her. She have to say her details. She volunteered it, but so God forbid if she got a lighter sentence, it doesn't mean she sinned and got away with it. It means she got a more lighter sentence. And just say your average person who doesn't steal didn't have to go through what she went through.
Mm.
And even if you look at just the way I perceive her, so like her sinful life isn't working out that good for her.
Mm-hmm.
My perception of what the good life is and what it means to sin and be punished for it or do good things and be rewarded for it. That just from the short time conversing with her, that didn't appear like her sinful life was working out that good for her.
Mm-hmm.
And obviously she could have her own perception of it. I'm not her judge, but that's my general perception of why I'm a believer, because I believe these things are factual.
But
And if you're not a believer, you think like she said, like I'm a madman, I'm schizophrenic, I'm crazy because I believe these things are factual. As where
yes.
from my perspective, she's the one that's crazy because she rejects that these things are factual. And if
But
you're
her line of questioning was quite
agnostic in the
effective.
matter, where you're not sure, maybe it's possible that you could sin and get away with it. You're not sure. Where she's convinced you could sin and get away with it. You're not sure.
Well, I mean,
And that's what you're saying, right? You're not sure whether you could sin and get away with it.
well, I wouldn't be happy knowing myself to be a thief, etc., etc. So I would want to do it anyway. And if I did end up doing any of those things, I would feel, well, I would have a bad conscience. So I wouldn't want to do these things.
I mean, are you a
anyway.
bad person who does bad things?
I'm sure I have done bad things in my life, but I
I mean,
don't want to think of myself
do
as
you
a bad
intentionally do
person.
bad things, or you consciously make an effort not to do bad things?
Yes,
I mean, okay,
I
maybe you
try.
have a sharp tongue and hurt people with your words, but generally, do you try to avoid hurting people, or do you want time like I don't care, I hurt people all the time, I enjoy doing it.
Um,
God forbid.
I like to think of myself as a force for good, and I suppose if sometimes I hurt people's feelings, I think
I mean, you think that there's some,
that they deserve it sometimes.
I would say, in an argument against atheists, that there's a mediated factor that good causes good and bad causes bad, and they say that doesn't make sense that it's mediated in the physical realm. If there is such a thing as karma, that good causes good and bad causes bad, it's not mediated by physical laws, it's mediated by spiritual laws, specifically God. So that was my general argument for God, that there is such a thing as karma and it's mediated by God.
Well, okay, too, but you could think back.
It's a
Maybe,
pretty
maybe.
simple. It's a pretty simple argument. I think she understood it.
Oh, I mean, if you listen to the discussion, her short, direct questioning, maybe got the better of you. I mean, you could go back and think, well, when she asked me this or that question, I should have answered in a certain way, and maybe you would have got your, sometimes when you answer in the wrong way or in a not so good way, the thing goes wrong. The whole reasoning goes wrong. It's like when a politician refuses to stand up for some principle, and then he just gets pushed into a corner until eventually he doesn't even defend the principle that he is supposed to defend. And I think when she asked you, okay, I can't remember the exact reasoning now, about what you could have answered or to one of the questions. So can you remember what she asked you? I was half asleep at the time, I'm afraid.
She asked me for some basic evidence of God, and I said that the good get rewarded and the evil get punished. I mean, so first I tried to explain I'm a dualist. I believe in a material realm and a spiritual realm, and as an example of a spiritual effect, I said karma. When the good causes good and bad causes bad, and then I said that that's mediated by God. And she was like, "What's mediated mean?" And it's like caused, or what's it mean? Realm, or
Mm-hmm.
what's the location? So she wasn't familiar with the theological terminology, but I tried my best to explain the theological terminology.
Okay. Okay. Thank you for that brief reminder. So when she asked you if you believed, why you believe in God, you could say, well, because I'm Jewish. And then it
No, I
would,
mean, and
the
most people right there,
questioning
what does
would
that
have,
have to do? It's like, I believe in God because I believe in a spiritual realm and a God that mediates karma, the good, and it's one of Maimonides' 13 principles. You believe that the belief that God rewards the righteous and punishes the wicked.
yeah,
So I'm saying because I'm
but maybe
Jewish,
that
I
was
say
what
that because
you
of
should have
Maimonides'
referred to.
13 principles, and one of the 13 principles is that God rewards the righteous and punishes the wicked, and I see that with my mind, with my mind's eye, my spiritual eyes. I see that God rewards the righteous and punishes the wicked.
Yes. So I suppose your answer would be, I'm Jewish. I believe in 13 principles.
No,
Blah
because
blah.
it's a non-denominational argument. You don't have to be Jewish to understand my argument.
No.
Maimonides says it. Muslims, Hindus, Christians generally agree with the principle that the God causes the righteous to be rewarded and the wicked to be punished. There's no natural law that would cause it to be that the righteous should be rewarded and the wicked should be punished. It happens because of God.
Yes.
And
Yes. I mean, you could say
and it
that this
doesn't
is
it's
what.
not it's a non-denominational
All right. Okay. I
argument.
understand. So
It has
so
nothing to do with me being Jewish, that the majority of religious people from any background agree with that
yeah,
principle.
but they can't prove that the good are always rewarded and the bad are always punished. That will be the difficulty
But I'm
ahead.
saying to prove beyond, scientifically prove, science and proof is generally a matter of the material realm.
Well, we
So if you look at yourself as an example, and you want to say, well, looking at yourself in the mirror, does it make sense to you that your good deeds have been rewarded and your bad deeds have been punished? Or you look in the mirror and you're agnostic, you're not sure. It could be that you did bad things and nothing bad happened to you, and it could be for the good things you did, nothing good happened to you.
well, I don't know. I mean, I suppose bad things
Let
could.
alone your observation of others or the world at large.
Well, it's 50-50. I mean, that is the problem with these beliefs. It is possibly true and possibly untrue. And what he was looking for was, certainty that, and I suppose my answer would be, I guess if I were a theist, is that the existence of God is
I'm getting older,
unfalsifiable.
saying I count my calories. You'll think I'm not overweight, but I got a little belly. I count my calories, and generally when I eat my intake's greater than my daily outtake, or if I exercise, I put on weight, and when I eat less than that, or exercise, I lose weight. It's a simple calorie count.
Yeah, but what's that got to
More
do
than I
with
need,
God?
I put on weight. I eat less than I need, I lose weight.
Okay,
And
okay, okay,
similar
basic
for
causation.
a spiritual eye, that's a material, like money. Like I see my bank account, when I make more money than I spend, my bank account goes up. When I spend more money than I make, my bank account goes down.
Yeah, I get it. So
So I
what?
think from a spiritual perspective, that I feel when I do good, good returns to me, and when I do bad, bad returns to me.
Yes, but
I don't
it
have a
is not
direct, what I'm saying,
conclusive.
like a tab, just like my diet, like breakfast, lunch, and dinner, that went here, or there, saying there's a general tally, and my general tally of good and bad, I perceive my spiritual mind's eye perceives that.
Yes, anyway, you choose to believe in God because it makes you feel better, and I'm sure, if you didn't believe, then you
No, I
would
say
feel
that's
worse.
my perception. I perceive the world in a spiritual way. So if you want to say that's a false perception, I don't choose to believe because it makes me feel better. I perceive the world in a spiritual way, where I perceive my mind to be non-physical, and my mind sees non-physical things like karma.
Well, you
You say
mean that
that's
your mind is
my
capable
imagination
of
that I believe
abstract
because it makes
reasoning.
me feel better. That's your atheist projection upon my theistic perception.
Well, it's not falsifiable. I mean, we choose our beliefs. We all do, and then we can find reasons to
Well,
justify
no,
our
because
beliefs.
you're proclaiming a theory of mind. So okay, your theory of mind
I
is
don't call
correct,
it
and then
theory
you're
of mind. I
projecting,
don't choose to
using your
complicate
theory of
things.
mind to explain what I'm telling you, or saying that.
Yeah, because I want people to understand what I'm saying. I don't, people don't know what the theory
Yeah,
of
but
mind
you
is and
don't really
the
have a theory
realms
of
of
mind.
mind.
You don't have an accurate theory of mind, so you're just
Yeah, I
projecting
do know.
your
What
not
I
well
say is
thought out theory of
instantly
mind to
understandable.
understand what I'm trying to say to you.
And I'm saying you prefer to believe in God because it makes you feel better, and it's not
So I
falsifiable. The
prefer to do
existence
it
of
because
God
I
cannot be
see and feel
falsified.
God. You're claiming because it makes me feel better. Like I see and feel God in my perception system. I understand mental phenomenon of mind to be spiritual. So I see and perceive God.
Okay, that's
So
your
you're saying
perspective.
that you're as an agnostic. So I mean, you're basically saying you're an atheist, and that's false. So you're an agnostic. You say, well, it's possible, or it's possible that there is no God, and that you choose to believe that this is what you're seeing, even though it's not really accurate because it makes you feel better.
Yeah,
So if you're
whether I
agnostic,
believe in
you could
God
be
or
acknowledging
not.
it's possible that mind does not rise from body, and that our perception of mind is a perception of the spiritual realm.
Okay, this
And
is really boring. I mean, nobody gets what you're saying. The theory of
a
mind,
lot
blah
of
blah.
only non-spiritual people like you
Yeah,
don't get it.
okay. Then I'm
Maybe
non-spiritual.
you watch like Theology Unleashed, or Jennifer, or even Orthodox Jew that's spiritual. They understand this stuff because they're believers.
Well, they don't talk in these terms. I mean,
Well,
they
they
don't
do
talk
talk in
like
these
that.
terms.
You use goyish terms, spiritual.
I could use the Hebrew if I was talking to someone.
Well, actually,
I use
rabbis
the
don't use these
philosophical
terms.
terms. We're talking in the West. I'm using the neutral philosophical terms. I could use the Hindu
Well,
term.
Western philosophy is rubbish, isn't it? I mean,
I
it
mean, there
hasn't
she
helped
said,
them at
bro, that's
all.
in Hebrew. There's oilam mahaba. I mean, oilam
Okay,
gaspi, oilam arithmias.
all right.
There's a realm of material and a realm of spiritual.
Well, ideal forms, I suppose you're talking about. But
These
all
are
these pretentious
terminologies. So
terms are not
if you want
going
to use the Platonic
to get
terminology,
people to understand what you're saying. You're just being pretentious.
no, because you're just ignorant of this stuff. So if
Yeah,
you
it doesn't help
so
the
maybe you've read
discourse.
Plato, or you have a little bit of familiarity with the Western canon. You know some
Yeah,
terminology.
but the thing is, you
If you
didn't.
were a religious Jew, you would know the Jewish terminology. I could use that terminology, saying even you're a rejecter. So I mean, I could even try to tell you the
Well,
Jewish
you're the
terminology,
one
and you're like, oh,
who's a
that's just what you believe
Hindu.
because it makes you feel better.
You're a
You're
Hindu.
saying, I believe it because I'm a Jew, and that's what Judaism teaches.
Yeah, that would make it easier rather than
Not because
theory
it
of
what makes me
mind
feel
and
better,
whatever.
but because I'm a Jew, and that's what Judaism teaches.
Yeah, then you're in harmony with your identity, and then it's easier to understand rather than using these complicated terms, which I know you and Jen love because you love to talk at great length and read a lot of complicated papers that nobody
Yeah,
understands.
even Mark is scared that you're a thief. God forbid. We need Claire to like unequivocally denounce thievery. Like your own chat is like suspect that maybe you're a thief. God forbid.
Well,
Like, will you denounce thievery unequivocally?
well, obviously, I support the no hide laws, and
You denounce stealing
well, I don't approve of it. It
unequivocally.
should be a crime.
You're
I'm
against
saying it
stealing.
should be a
If any
crime.
one of
You
your
are
listeners
changing the
is
subject to
considering
it.
stealing, you recommend against it highly.
What?
You don't have a problem
You're
saying that
talking about
you're against
irrelevant things
stealing.
now.
If any of your viewers are considering stealing, you would highly recommend against it.
Of course.
Okay, good.
But back to the
And we glad
subject of what.
glad at least we agree on that.
Yeah, well, I
I
don't
mean,
know
you
why
think
you would
because
think
like I'm
otherwise.
arguing with you
But I
about
think
this,
we're
that all of a
going
sudden you
away
think
from
it's
the
okay to
subject.
steal.
I think we're going away from the subject.
Well, yeah,
But-
because people want to clarify because like you don't agree with me that the spiritual perception of my mind's eye that all of a sudden you think it's okay to steal.
No, that's just a non sequitur. But perhaps you're getting tired.
I mean, well, yeah, we could end it, but yeah, I mean, it would have been pretty shocking if you wouldn't like. I wouldn't even really want to talk to you if you weren't gonna unequivocally denounce stealing.
Of course, I condemn stealing. I go on about the no hide laws. But I mean, you have an inconsistency in your worldview because on the one hand you're a Jew and on the other hand you're a Hindu. So there's.
Yeah, I mean, idolatry is between man and God, not a sin between man and his fellow man.
Yeah, I know, but and therefore, do you believe in God, or it appears that you don't?
Well, I do, and
because
we've talked about it with a circle, but saying it doesn't. My idolatry. I mean, you could look at me in a worse way, but it doesn't concern you, as opposed to like thievery should concern you.
well, yes, but we are talking about the
I mean,
consistency of your
relatively to
views
this
and
point,
how it
the
stands up to
Noahide laws,
scrutiny.
thievery is much more important than idolatry.
But we are talking about how your responses to
The
Godless
system
Girl
of
when
justice
she
is more
questioned your
important to
beliefs,
establish
and
punishments for
you
thievery.
didn't perform particularly well, and we're just going through what you could have answered in order to come
Well, I
across
don't think
better.
I thought it performed fine. It was just that she didn't understand theological terminology.
Yeah, and she
But I didn't perform
admitted
well
it.
because
She
she
admitted it.
disagreed with me. She's still an atheist, or she still thinks it's okay to steal. And God forbid.
Well, her point was that she committed brand larceny and she got away with it.
And
That's
God
her
forbid.
point. Well, that's what she thinks. So
I mean, yeah, but God forbid.
it's all a
it's
matter
okay-
of subjective
she thinks it's
perception.
okay to steal. God forbid.
Well, because
You know,
if she
she's an
gets away
atheist.
with it,
She
then,
thinks an atheist because she thinks it's okay to steal and she gets away with it.
well,
God
that
forbid.
appears to be what she's saying. But
God forbid.
all right, I think we're going round
You
this
don't agree with me
particular
on the
revolt.
God forbid, or you're like, okay, fine. Like, she
Well, I
thinks
don't
it's okay to
believe.
steal, she thinks
I'm
she
an
gets away.
agnostic, all right.
You're like, you'll include
So
it. You'll
so
include
I
her
don't
among your
say God
friends.
forbid all the
Doooovid's an
time, like
idolater and
you.
she's a thief. You know what's it to you? It doesn't matter.
What?
You know, okay, like you're talking to me and I'm an idolater, so you talk to her even though she's a thief. What's the big deal?
Well, if you're going to claim a higher moral ground, then your views have to add up, and they don't.
Well, they do. It's saying stealing is a sin between man and fellow
Yeah,
man.
but we're not talking
Idolatry
about
is
stealing.
sin.
She
Idolatry
already
is-
said that she got away with it and doesn't believe in God. While you say you believe in God, but you do this thing that your God forbids. Or the God of the universe, the only God of the universe, forbids,
Right, because
which is
idolatry is an act
idolatry.
between man and God.
Yes, but I'm pointing it out that,
If you're an atheist, there's no reason to commit idolatry. Idolatry necessitates it, like idolatry. If there's, it's just dumb. You're saying if there is a God, it's just dumb. Let alone if there isn't a God, idolatry is even more dumb. Why the hell would you do idolatry if there's no God?
well, idolatry is a Jewish prohibition.
By saying idolatry, why would anyone do idolatry if there wasn't a God?
The whole point of forbidding
The
idolatry
point
is
of
that you are
idolatry is to
wasting
connect to
your
God.
time.
Why
You
would
are
an atheist do
wasting your
idolatry?
time. You are
You know
wasting
any
your
atheists
time.
that
You
do
are
idolatry?
wasting your time worshipping idols. And you are
Okay,
a
I know
Jew,
your
and
point
you
after a
do
few
it
seconds
while
ask you,
claiming to
do you know
believe
any
in the
atheists that do
Abrahamic
idolatry?
God. So that is this big hole in your
Do you know any
belief
atheists that do
system.
idolatry?
What?
Is there such a phenomenon as atheist idolaters?
Well, atheists are often accused of worshipping themselves. They are narcissists, and basically they worship their own dumb
I'm not
opinions.
talking of metaphysical. Do you know any atheist idolaters?
I do say that Christians who claim to worship a dead Jew on a stake are, in fact, atheists. Because when I point out to them that idolatry is a sin, and it is certainly even more of a sin for them to worship an executed blasphemer, they shrug their shoulders and don't care. So I think it must mean that they are really atheists, and they're only using their professed Christianity to claim to have a higher moral status than the honest atheists. A lot of people hypocritically pretend to believe in a faith when in fact they don't.
Yeah, but saying if you're atheist, why do something that's just dumb, like serve an idol?
Because it makes them feel better. Maybe they enjoy the
How would it
ritual.
make them feel better to do something that's
Well, I
just
don't know.
false
Why do
because
you
they know
do
it's
it? Why
false?
do you do it?
Because I believe it's true. It works.
Okay, so why would a
It,
Jew
it connects me.
worship a
It connects me to
Hindu
God in the
god?
spiritual realm. Why would I do it if it wasn't true and didn't work?
Well, I'm saying
What
that
advantage? What
there is
practical advantage would I
inconsistency in your
accrue upon
thinking.
myself to do it if I didn't believe that it did anything?
Well, many people are neurotic, Doovid.
The what?
Many people are neurotic, and neurotic people don't do things that don't make sense.
Yeah, there's plenty of things I could do that didn't make sense. Like you're saying that, like, why would I choose idolatry?
Because maybe you want to be different. Maybe you
There's
want
plenty
to
of things I
stand
could I
out.
could dye my hair purple or something. Why would I serve an idol to be different?
Because
And it's saying I'm not being
because
different by
of
serving
your
an idol. A lot of
multiple truth hypothesis, David. You want to do two contradictory things and say it's okay. That's the whole point of your multiple
no, but I
truth
mean you're missing the
hypothesis.
fundamental point that I make. That idolatry is a fundamentally religious, spiritual act that doesn't make
That is
sense for
forbidden
atheists to
by the
do.
God of
You could say
Israel.
it's a false form, even according to Judaism. Idolatry is a, is it's a false god. You're saying that the reason, the Ten Commandments, God is a jealous God who wants worship exclusively for Him. Idolatry is a form of worship of God. Saying it's a false worshiping a false god, and that's why it's idolatry. But it's not. It's intrinsically, even according to Judaism, it's considered an act of worshiping God.
No, it's an act of it's called bowing
That's
before
that's what it
idols.
says. That's what it says in Moses himself. That God is a jealous God, God that don't worship any other gods before me. That
Because it's a waste
idol
of
worship is
time.
worshiping other gods. It's not an act of atheism. It's an act of worshiping other gods.
There is no
What's
God worthy
possible
of
concept
worship.
here of
If the
is
Abrahamic
atheism.
God
Idol
exists,
worship is
if the
fundamentally a
Abrahamic
form.
God exists, then there is no other God worthy of worship because he's the
That's
most
not what
powerful
that's
being
not what Moses
conceivable.
says.
If the Abrahamic God exists and he is the most powerful being conceivable, why would you worship any lesser God?
Yeah, but lesser gods they exist.
Yeah, but why worship a lesser God when you can
I'm,
worship the most
so
powerful
you're
God?
accepting the point that according to Judaism, that idol worship is not an act of atheism; it's an act of worshiping lesser gods.
The whole point of Abraham smashing idols was to demonstrate that they could not help nor harm him. and this theme is repeated in the
That's not in
Quran.
the
You are
Torah.
wasting
That's
your
a,
time
that's a
if
story.
you
That's a
worship
rabbinic story.
idols.
It's not the Abraham smashing idols is a rabbinic story. It's not in the Torah.
Anyway, the
Moses,
idea is that
and
you
Moses
shouldn't
uses
worship.
the expression of worshiping other gods.
Yeah, you're wasting your time and energy. So whatever you think, whatever the state of affairs is, if
What I'm saying is an act of atheism, but even the Noahide laws,
well,
it's a separate category of between
I
man.
think you are splitting hairs, and it's something you shouldn't do as a Jew. I mean,
Well, I mean, there's a contradiction within Judaism. We're saying even within Judaism, idol worship is considered it's a theistic act. It's forbidden not because it's atheistic. It's forbidden because God's a jealous God who wants all the worship. You
yes, because if
well,
Jews
not other
worshipped
gods.
other gods, then they would just assimilate and be lost to humanity, right? I mean, that's the whole idea. If Jews were allowed to
No,
worship any
I mean,
other
it's
god,
not what it says. It's not. It's not I mean, you keep on adding your own. I mean,
well,
yeah,
I
you
mean,
have
it's
this
true.
theory of
It's
mind,
true
your
that.
own projection that is nonsensical.
Well, why is it nonsensical? You know it's true that Jews are
Because the Ten
forbidden
Commandments says
from
straight up
worshipping other gods.
differently. That's not what it says. So you're giving your own like
Well, I'm
Freudian,
giving a
Freudian
reason as
projection
to
of
to why
intentions
it
of
is
people.
forbidden.
Because when you repeat the second commandment,
What
you
is
should
it?
not have any other idols before me because I'm an angry and jealous God.
Yeah. So I don't even know why we're arguing about it. We agreed that idolatry is forbidden, and there we go.
Okay, but it's
Hinduism is
accepted. It has
idolatrous.
nothing to do with atheism. That idolatry negates atheism. That if you're doing idolatry, you're not an atheist. Because if you're doing idolatry, it means you have other gods.
Well, I think Christians who claim to worship Jesus as a co-equal of the God of Israel, they're really atheists. I think they're just doing it to annoy Jews and Muslims. They don't really believe it. They're doing it to show their hatred of Jews and Muslims because it's so patently
Yeah, I mean, so
absurd.
you're I mean, okay, I mean, you could believe that, just nonsensical.
Well, you understand what I said, so it can't be nonsensical.
And if that's the case, it's not idolatry.
Well, Jews have been known to call Christians idolaters.
Yeah, because it has to be another god. If they're just doing it for atheistic reasons, not idolatry.
It doesn't matter what
It has to
reasons they
be
do it. I
another
mean,
god.
their
If the
civilizations
person is
would crash and
atheist,
burn.
it's not worshiping another god. They're an atheist.
Whatever.
If I have like a doll, that's not idol worship. It's an idol because it's a figure of God. If I don't believe it's a figure of God, it's not idol worship.
Okay.
Okay, so
Well,
God
thanks for
bless.
coming.
Yep.
I'm glad you met Godless Girl. I think she's quite an interesting character. And
Yeah, I mean, God bless her too, but yeah, it's tough to, like, I don't know how much association you want with people who think it's okay to steal. But I guess in your perception that idolatry is worse than stealing. But I mean, for me, like, generally I try to avoid people that think it's okay to steal.
perhaps it was just a rhetorical point. I don't
Your
know.
perception, I'm worse, or Christians are worse.
I
So
would dare to say, I mean, after all, I'm not God. And maybe she didn't really mean it. It was just a rhetorical point. So,
possibly, I mean, try to judge her favorably.
yes. All right, Doowovid. Thanks for coming, and talk to you again.